We should be live. How are people doing today? Let me just get myself on in the background so I can check for any audio issues. Oh, I apologize. I hopefully my mic's fixed. I worked on doing that the other day. Hey Space, how are you doing? Alright, today we're not doing gaming, we are gonna talk about anime today. So anyone who's anyone who's here for gaming and ink streaming gameplay, that's gonna be Tuesday's stream. So let me just open this so I have something to drink while I talk. But yep.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I hear a voice. Oh, hey,
Hello.
Iron. I've been invaded. Hold on.
I thought it'd be fun to say hello to the audience because you're doing a solo stream this time, right?
I am. Yeah, no guests, no nothing. I was just gonna give it a few seconds to let people get in, and also talk about just the way I plan to do this, because I usually when I do anime reviews, I'll have a co-host or a guest. But today I'm doing it solo. Iron's just invaded to, I guess, say hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. We're live, right?
We are, yeah. You should be coming through the thing. I have that set up just in case anyone of the like people I trust to do it wanted to pop in at any time. You're just not
That's
on the
fun.
Fuki tech. That's the only thing.
Oh, that's all good. I'm not staying long anyway. I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Wish you luck on the stream. Want to make sure we're live, so I didn't let loose any funny gamer words on accident.
Oh, that's why you should wait till I'm live. Come on.
So how long do you think the stream's gonna go? Like
Uh
4 hours?
I was gonna say it's probably gonna be somewhere around 5 hours.
Hoo, hoo, hoo. Got your work
I
cut
don't
out
know.
for you.
It depends. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get through each episode.
Yeah, yeah, that I have no idea because I imagine it'll go faster than when you have co-hosts because like there's not gonna be many tangents, but still it's probably gonna be depending on the density of the show could really
Yeah,
vary per episode.
there's some episodes I think I've got a good bit to talk about, and then there's others I think are gonna be go pretty quick.
Yeah, that's usually the case with most shows. Well, anyway, I'll let you to it. Have fun, everyone in the audience. You're in for a good time. All right, toodle pip. Bye bye.
That was Iron Mandrill. He made the thumbnail of the for the stream. He's also my podcast co-host over on Laughing Lulu's channel. We do a podcast. I re-upload the VODs. But yeah, so anyway, the way we're gonna do this stream. I'll give my general thoughts on the anime. Uh general thoughts, things I've like seen with the way people talk about it, my thoughts on that, and then I'll give like a general idea of, do I recommend it, do I not? Uh, and that's probably a good point for people to stop if they care about something like spoilers. And after that, we're gonna go episode by episode, breaking it down. So that's how I intend to do this. I usually kind of try and do that when I have guests. Oh yeah, Space Nut. That's yeah. It's one I'd recommend. But yeah. So and our goal is to get through 6 episodes today, and then next week will be we'll next week or the week after that I'll try and knock out another 6 episodes, and then so on until I get to the end of the show. So that's kind of the format I have planned. I I was originally not going to take notes because I usually don't, uh, but because I don't have a co-host to kind of fill in the blanks of my memory, I just wanted to take notes to make sure that I wasn't forgetting anything or missing anything important, or maybe forget a particular, because there's a lot of this anime that's very show don't tell with some of its storytelling. Some of its storytelling is still pretty obvious, but but that's most stories. Like everything has it. But yeah. Anyway, so general thoughts, kind of a rundown of what Michiko and Hatchin is. So Michiko and Hatchin is, it's kind of a wolf and cub type story. So if you're familiar with gaming, you might know this as like The Last of Us, or the uh, the 2018 God of War. Basically like somebody who is more like rough and tumble type character has to look after a child, basically, or picks up a kid and kind of mentors them, or like not just mentors but protects them generally, and acts as that sort of protector. So that's what we're dealing with here with Michiko and Hatchin. And that's a pretty good way of explaining without spoiling anything. But a lot of the actual show is very character driven. A lot of it is very inspired off of series like Bebop or Samurai Champloo. In fact, Watanabe acted as the music director. Uh, that's what's I always forget how to pronounce his name. Did I write that down in my notes? Give me a second. Just yeah, Shinichiro Watanabe worked as the music director. Shinichiro Watanabe is the director for Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. So if you like those series, this might have that this kind of has that sort of style. But I've to the point I've seen people try to describe this as a bebop like, which I don't think I agree with. The show is very different as far as how the characters act. It's not like a lasting cast of characters outside of the main two, Michiko and Hatchin. There's a few other characters that kind of, I wouldn't say tag along, but they pop up in multiple episodes. But that it's not in the same way Bebop does, where it's a kind of a crew building up over time, over the first part of the show. So, but outside of that, I've also seen a lot of people just don't seem to like this one. This one, it's weird. It's rated and done good reception. But then read some reviews, and it was people also kind of not liking it because they were comparing it to Bebop, which I guess the show does kind of try to invite that comparison. But I do think it's, well, for one thing, when you're talking about Cowboy Bebop, that is kind of one of the anime that like people put on a pedestal, whether you agree with that or pedestal or not. But yeah, so what do I think necessarily of the show? I definitely recommend it. I would say it's decent watch. The 22 episode series, I believe. Uh, and at this point, I've watched the 6 episodes we're reviewing today. I have watched the show before, but it's been a long time, so anything else I know I'd be going off memory. I recommend it to people who like that sort of adventure. It's kind of an adventure story more so than anything. It's Michiko and Hatchin going around looking for Hatchin, or Pana as her actual name is, dad. It takes place in a kind of South American, a fictional South American country. Uh, that is very clearly based off, I believe, Brazil, from what I understand. So yeah, my general statement on it is I recommend it. If you care about spoilers, this is probably a good time to go off. I might put on some visuals for like specific characters. Because I did actually prepare that. This isn't going to be a very visually oriented stream. I'll tell you guys when I do if I do put up a visual. Oh yeah, it was on Adult Swim back in the day. I do remember that. Let me just find the specific one I'm looking for. This one works. So the main characters are here. This woman, Michiko, Milandro, and Hana, or Hatchin, as she's called throughout the show, who is. Also, feel free to let me know if I'm not doing this well or being entertaining. I'll only improve if I, hear that type of stuff. But yeah, and these two, who are the main characters. So we'll get into episode one now, which is actually the only episode I didn't take notes on, but it's fine because I have seen it multiple times. So we open the show with a prison break, actually. Uh, and we hear talk about the prison break in question from, well, several different prisoners. We learn that the prisoner breaking out is prisoner 403, which is Michiko. That does look like Spike, actually. I didn't think of it. Well, it kind of has a similar face, the drawing. That's kind of a similar facial structure to Spike. But yeah, I can probably take these off. But yeah, so the series starts with a prison break. It looks to be a women's prison, and it looks to be a pretty hardcore prison. It Our main character here, or as she's escaping, you get other characters commenting about how best to she would escape. Like, oh, the only way for her to move out is to get out through the ducts. Oh, she'll never make it. That sort of conversation. But we did. This is probably. Mm, there's a lot. There's a good bit. This is also a good showcase of the action and animation, which is very good. It's it's very stylized. It's very detailed artwork, art style, and the locations themselves, because it's kind of this pseudo Brazilian country. A lot of the locations are very unique looking especially compared to other anime I've seen, where it's kind of this. It's like rundown slums and stuff like that. But yeah, so Michiko, it gets further than they expected, and then to the point where a helicopter tries to take her on, but she's acquired a weapon. She shoots down. Well, she does. She did. Yeah, no. The wind actually is what knocks the helicopter down, which it's a bit convenient. But we also know later on that she's attempted to escape multiple times, and there are these wind turbines there at the prison. But yeah, that's the intro. The intro prison escape. I thought it was pretty it doesn't show us enough to like break our suspension of disbelief, but what we see of the prison, it does look like it would be hard to escape. But anyways, I always thought that the prison break is probably one of the more believable fight scenes of the show. I think that's one of the things that I have some problems with. Is I think some of the action in the show is kind of, some of the action scenes get silly. Not all, but some. But this one was actually, it was believable. It was decent. I don't think there's any major problems. I said maybe the windmill thing taking down the helicopter is a bit weird. So then we get, after that we get a kind of very stylized intro for the actual show. The main intro for the show is, it's very colorful. It has music. It has really good music. And after that, we cut to our other main character, which is Hannah. I have to remember her full name. Well, she has the full name that she starts with, and then the name that she's given later. So, uh, where did it? I Hel- Hannah Bilimbauza Yamada. That's the name of the character. Which, this is another thing that's kind of strange, is because the way the setting works, it's a lot of the names are very Japanese. Like, Hana is a name I've seen used for in Japan. Michiko, obviously, and then but then they'll also have like a more like Latin inspired family name. Like this one is similar. You know? But yeah, so we cut to Hatchin, who seems to be just doing daily chores. And at first it doesn't look like a at first it looks like a mundane sort of like kid doing household chores, but we do actually learn that's a little more, things going on are a little more sinister as far as this household goes. You note that Hannah seems to be doing all of the chores. She's setting the table, she's preparing breakfast, she's uh overall she seems to be doing everything. And then the family get together, and this isn't a small family. Well, you meet the parents first, which is a priest and his wife. Yeah, a priest and his wife. They seem particularly picky. They know she burned one of the omelets, and he just dumps it on the floor and makes her cook it again. So it's clear, kind of already, like the dynamic of this family. It is very much that Hatchin is kind of abused by the family all around. Uh, we see this throughout this like sequence. The so I'm not gonna try and run it down every point. I'm gonna try and gonna try and get to the major stuff. But yeah, so within the family, it's the father who's the priest, the mother, and then the two siblings who everyone in the family kind of torments her in different ways. Well, the siblings kind of do it the same way, but like general bullying and like it's very clear that it's kind of just the parents just turn a blind eye to that. But it obviously it's a priest. She lives at a church, so they also feign being well. Yeah, I'd say they feign being religious. The priest is not a very good priest. So but yeah, so you see how the kids bully her as things go on. There's some of it that's just like what you could assume is mundane sibling bullying, and then there's some things where it's definitely like it is abuse, you know. Some of it gets actually near pretty extreme. But while we get to know the family, we do cut to Michiko on the outside of the prison. She seems to like fully escaped. She it and then we get Hana doing more chores, which just seems to be like her daily life. Uh, is getting abused and doing chores in this family. She's basically treated as a slave. And the children just make things worse for her, make messes and like damage things and blame it on her. The parents also kind of do well the parents they kind of only really hold her responsible for anything. But yeah, it's generally just a bad environment, and we kind of see Hana seems very beaten down about this. She doesn't really like resist much. It comes across as this is just the status quo. This is how it always was. When she, when a mess happens because of uh Maria, the sister, she just kind of takes the blame for it. It almost feels like you get the impression that she doesn't really have a choice in that. Like, or there. Like, she knows she's probably tried to be honest about being bullied, and then you know, the parent, it just ends up worse for her in the long run. That's the impression you get from the show. Uh, yeah, and actually, she's just kind of locked into like a storeroom, which I guess is kind of her bedroom. Uh, after or a mess is taken, so it's very clear that she's just kind of mistreated and treated as a slave in this family, and we actually get something more sinister happen with the father, the priest, giving her basically he as we see more and more abuse, because I don't think it's worth me saying that just the exact stuff, all of the exact stuff, because a lot of this episode is just setting up the circumstances she grew up in and what her situation is, which the I think I've explained. Yeah, it'd be redundant to. I'll just say some of the extreme stuff. There's a point where she gets basically the kids take in a like a stray cat. I think it's a cat. It's either a stray cat or a stray dog, but it's but yeah, a stray animal. The parent gets annoyed at it and just like throws it out, and then lies to the kid, or rather has Hannah throw it out, and then lies to the kids about what happened to it, and Hannah has to kind of takes the blame for the parent as well. So she is just kind of the whipping boy of everyone in this household. And because of that, then the kids start abusing Hannah even worse, to the point of one of them has like a what do you call it, the an iron, the thing you use to iron clothes, and is like about to actually like press it against her, and that's when she just snaps and like beats the shit out of the kids. So yeah, I know this seems a bit rambly and overly, but yeah, looking at it, because I do also have the show kind of over here on the side so that I can pull visuals if I need to. But yes, we also get the priest kind of buying her off, using essentially using Maria's the using stuff like books and the like for that Maria would have had first. So in fact, we actually get a line of dialogue with her stating that she got bought off with Maria's hand-me-downs, and that preempts like a visit from, I guess you could say, the child services or foster agency within this setting, who basically they're selling that Maria or Hana is oh, she's happy, she's being taken care of, everything is good, it's a loving family. And it's funny because the kids even still kind of blatantly well, they kind of bully her just out of sight because the cat comes up here. This is would be where the cat comes up, and it's asked like, oh, oh, you took this cat. Oh yeah, the kids take turns taking care of it, and we show it's Tana the only one actually taking care of the cat. The other two are just kind of throwing the work onto her. But yeah, they like kick her under the table to get her to say it's with her turn to take care of the cat, so that they don't have to do anything, because these are spoiled brats. That is the clear thing. Outside of that, because I think this is getting a little rambly, we get Michiko. Michiko goes to a bank. It looks like a bank or some kind of office, and yep. So she goes to this bank in order to rob it. And on top of robbing this bank, she's also looking for information on certain person, Hana. Let me. Ugh. And sorry about that. I'm just trying to set up some stuff here, organize my notes a bit more that I took for the other episodes before I get there. And also the thing I had pulled up keeps losing in my place. I'm just trying to fix that real quick. But yeah. So Michiko is robbing this bank, uh, or this. Yeah, it's pretty clearly a bank. Yeah. And we get this is our first real like exposure to her personality, which she seems to be a very irreverent person. And that, I guess you could say, she's very aggressive in her in how she acts. trying to get a good visual here too, but that works. Hold on. Yep, sorry about this. Yeah, like I said, usually it helps when I stream with Art because he can like put up. He's much quicker about like because he'll just like share the file with me and then I'll be able to put it on screen like right away. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so we see this, and this is our first like real chance seeing Michiko as a character. She seems to like be capable of even shooting the guns out of the cop's hands. I don't think she actually kills anybody, and that's particularly interesting because I don't remember her. I don't think she actually kills anybody in the show on screen. Though she's more than happy to she is more than happy to rob or steal or whatever to get what she wants. And yeah, it does confirm. We do get confirmation it is a bank that she robbed. Okay, this isn't working. Hold on. I'm gonna use a different program real quick. Uh, cause I feel like I'm floundering a bit. But yes, so Michiko is robbing a bank, and at first it doesn't seem like these characters are related. So I remember the first time that I saw the episode, I thought that uh I thought that it seemed a bit I remember being like, well, how do these characters intersect? Because obviously they. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay. Uh, this way should be better. All right. Yep. I had to use my backup program for the show so that I could pull visuals and stuff. So, all right, here we go. Let me mute this. Yeah, it's this is what I was nervous about though. It's like it's so easy for me to have a co-host rather than doing this solo. So I'm still adjusting. I hope it's entertaining to some degree, or at least seeing me floundering. But yeah, so yeah, Michiko's kind of the rough and tumble, delinquent kind of criminal type character. Clearly, our first two meetings of her were her robbing a bank and escaping prison. Yeah, so yep. Alright, alright. honestly, one day I'm going to have to figure out a way to like put visuals on the screen. I think because I think that would be a better setup. All right. Yep. Okay. So yeah. So Michiko runs from the bank. We see her still shooting at cops, but we still one of the problems I think with the show is a lot of the time firearms just don't seem to be effective even when they really should be. Like they don't seem to do much. But yeah, so after that, that's when we get Hana getting bribed by the priest basically. And she's being bribed by the priest in order to and he's also clearly a very manipulative type of person. He kind of implies like he kind of tells her about like oh how rough the world is and oh she should really be grateful because it's by the grace of God that she's saved, and you know that also means it's by His grace that she's being saved. That's like what she says or what he says, and he kind of makes her agree, and he's just a slime ball. Yeah, but yeah, it's very clear the type of set off that they are doing with him and with this family. They're the abusive like the abusive foster family. It's I think that I don't have to describe them much more. But yeah, so we also get mentions of we also get mentions of things happening, things coming down the pipe. There's like during the meeting with the guy from the foster system, there is mention of on the radio a bank robbery by Michiko Milandro. So they're kind of bringing it together by implication and by there's a lot of background stuff in the show. You kind of it kind of wants you to pay attention to notice like okay, well what do people know? What might people hear? Yep. But yeah, also you also get that the priest does seem to live a pretty like cushy life, and you learn that they get paid for having Mich or having Hannah there. So that's why they keep her around. It's not just the slave labor and treating her and having her do the chores or as a whipping boy. They get the family gets paid to take care of her. We also learn the priest Pedro. He is a well regarded priest. He's been like awarded awards, devotee of the year, stuff like that, which I think is a little silly. We but he there's another point where he talks about a local man or a local boy Gonzalez and like oh one sermon from him was all that was necessary for Gonzalez to see the light and change and it Hannah kind of in her narration in her own thoughts of thinking like that's not true. It was because Gonzalez Gonzalez got hit by a bullet in the head. Yeah. So it's very clear that this priest is someone who's not only is he obsessed with, does he want money, and not only does he like abusing his power and abuse flock. Like he mentioned, a couch was a gift from the flock. So so the price was just right, and it was it. He also on top of that he will just claim success from imposter for his own benefit. So yeah, but yeah, the family gets the check from the foster system. Uh, the mother gets rid of the cat, which causes the I described that incident. I don't have to retread this, but eventually we get Hana actually after she beats up the two kids, she tries to run away. And it's clear she also fantasizes pretty often about running away. But she's this a lot of this is pretty good characterization though for Hana still in this because there's a lot of you get a lot of her own like thoughts and feelings about everything that's happening. We also see that like she is not just completely passive. She does have a temper that will be set off and she will actually do things if she can. But she also this is one of the important scenes I think is because it's she fantasizes a lot about somebody as she's running away. She fantasizes a lot about somebody coming for her, and it's always kind of implied to be a like a dad, obviously. Uh, but yeah, so she always fantasizes about someone coming for her, her father or her mother coming for her, and like her actual birth parents. But you know, nothing like that's ever happened. And while she is out after having tried to run away, which she does turn back and return to the house, we get the family being called on the phone by Michiko, who she says basically, yeah, I'm coming for her. Get her ready for me. I'm gonna be there tomorrow. So yeah, that is a yeah, and the family seems to not take it that seriously. They're just like, oh, her mother is dead, so her mother is dead. I don't know who this is. When Michiko finally, and they just assume like, oh, it's someone coming to kidnap her. It's someone coming to kidnap her because they want to threaten my position. They want my money. And the priest just goes and the priest just goes and gets a shotgun. That's what his like response is. He prepares to like meet Michiko and you know shoot her when she gets into the house. Uh, and when he goes at breakfast in the morning, when he goes to when he goes to the living room to be able to like confront Michiko, he advises his wife to hide Hannah. And that's when Michiko kind of just comes in through the window. Yeah, drives in through the window. I don't know how she catapulted the her bike through the living room, but yeah, I can probably put a visual here. I can probably put a picture here. Let me just do this. But yeah. So it's very clear already. From this point, this is probably most clear way to show that Michiko is not like an ordinary person. She's not even like an ordinary thug. She's unorthodox. She's violent. She's going to go out of her way to approach in different ways, and she probably expected trouble. Or maybe she just thought this was a good way to get in. Yeah, and she asks Maria first if she's Hana, and she finds out who Hana is, starts talking to her. And as she's doing this, the priest is trying to shoot her, or trying to shoot Michiko from the couch. But Michiko seems pretty calm about the whole situation. She's just like asking Hana to jump on. Uh, but this is where the end of the episode happens, where we see the two of them driving away from the church. The cops are on their way behind in, into Michiko. It's clear that yeah, Michiko's escaped though, essentially, and she's taken Hana with her. And we get the episode outro. So, I guess I'll just talk. I need to stop doing the and ahs. I'm gonna try and get off doing that. Luckily from here I have like actual notes to go off of. So that's actually a thing. But yes. Yeah. So the as far as an introductory episode, I think that it introduces the characters well enough, especially when paired with the second episode. Uh, Michiko is kind of shown to be a violent criminal that seems to be described as Hatchin's mother when she called the family, and you can assume that is why she broke out of prison. That's why she went and saved Hana. And Hana's family, meanwhile, are just completely irredeemable scum, or her foster family, rather. Uh, it. I think that some things are. I feel like there should be a little bit more nuance to Hatchin. Her family situation. They're almost like comically kind of evil in a way that they're kind of over the. It's over the top how evil they are. I think that might be a problem for some people. But yeah, there's more to this that we actually get in, especially in the second episode, because the second episode goes more into Michiko. So the best way to put it is this episode is kind of Hannah's backstory, her origin, and kind of the main events of her escape from that life. And the following episode is more about Michiko. The following episode is more about Michiko, so and the episode's name is called the this episode's name also I think it illustrates kind of the mentality that the priest was put it in for the first episode. It was farewell cruel paradise. The priest always seems to frame it. The priest frames it as Hannah's situation is no, this is better than anyone else's situation. Really, like you've been saved. He actually says at one point, orphans her age either have to sell their bodies or sell what's inside of them. Basically, sell your organs. And I saved you from that, so obviously you should. It it's very scummy behavior from the character. It works, but there's something just kind of comically evil about it, I think. Yeah, but it's a pretty good intro to the series as a whole. The first two episodes, I think, as you like learn more about who Michiko and Hatchin are. There's not as much characterization as in the first episode as there really is in the second, because the second you really get to actually see the two interact with others. You get the sort of their mentalities and the like. And that's that's basically I think more important for the characters. Wait, where did my video window go? Sorry, I'm just fixing something in the background. Also, if there's any problems with the stream, just let me know in chat. I'm paying attention to the chat here. Why was it on top chat, not live chat? I hate that it defaults to that. But anyway, so episode going into episode 2. Oh, there we go. I was getting a bit of an echo. Sorry. Uh, I see why. All right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, going into the next episode, we do actually get uh basically it's Michiko. We get some information about who Michiko is. Michiko Milantro, also known as Prisoner 403, was accused of repeated attacks against sites connected to a criminal syndicate Phantasma. She denies these attacks, so further crimes have come to light. She was sent to Diamandra Penitentiary, which Diamandra is the country that the is the name of the country, Diamandra. And as I've said before, it's very clearly based off Britain. Brazil, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to grab. But yes, so Michiko was sentenced to this prison. We learn that it's a remote, isolated prison known to be for the most heinous, incorrigible prisoners. That is the way it's described, and it's believed that her only chance of freedom going to this prison was death, basically to die. So it sets up that the prison she escaped from, it isn't a normal prison. This is like the more scary, serious prison. Yeah, we also learn about who it is who actually arrested Michiko. Atsuko Jackson, which the names in this show are a bit kind of funny to me, just because it is so often that the names are like a weird mix of a Japanese like first name, or it's not always, but a lot of the names are what was I saying? A lot of the names are weird mesh because it'll be like some Latin or name or something like that, and then the with a Japanese first name, especially with major characters. And Atsuko is a major character. Let me put her on. Atsuko is a major character in this series. But yeah, Atsuko's probably the third most important character as far as, well, maybe fourth, because technically we have Hiroshi, I'll explain who Hiroshi here is in a minute. But there we go. There's a certain aesthetic they're obviously going with between Atsuko, Michiko, and kind of the world. It is very interesting aesthetic that I don't think I've ever seen at much in anime. Like, uh, kind of Afro Brazilian characters and culture is mixed in with uh the series. But yeah, so this is just the show giving us brief snippets of Michiko's life in prison, and Atsuko is kind of our vehicle for this. That is her purpose. Really, it's also clear there's more going on between her and Michiko, though. Uh, Michiko and Atsuko clearly grew up together. Yeah, they might have been friends once. They might have been enemies once. It's kind of implied that it's enemies, that they were enemies from like childhood within these episodes. Yeah, but yeah, we cut to, for example, a scene that's implied to be a lot later. Atsuko visiting Michiko in prison. Michiko's brought into a kind of an interrogation room or like a visiting room, and Atsuko is kind of just sitting there. Atsuko also calls Michiko, or Michiko also calls Atsuo Jambo. That seems to be a nickname. So that kind of implies that they were at least once friends. But yeah, Atsuko mentions that she's been made a sergeant, implying that a good amount of time has passed since the first arrest, because she was described as a rookie earlier a officer. Uh, During the first scene where they're bringing Michiko to prison. So it implies there's probably been at least a couple of years or so. Uh, Michiko mentions also that that day was her third breakout attempt and that she's making progress. Atsuko asks if she really misses the man who ran away, though it's very clear that we don't really get to know exactly who that is, but this is also clearly antagonism. Throws it pisses off Michiko, who then basically starts a fight, despite having or being handcuffed. Ugh. But yeah, uh, after this, the two of them argue and antagonize each other, and that's when it's actually Atsuko who starts the fight, and Michiko just knocks her down before she's restrained, and they start bringing her back to her prison cell, where she overhears some information from a news broadcast talking about a bus accident in another city. Uh, what specifically catches Michiko's attention is only right before she's like completely taken away from the bus accident, uh, where they mention the death of Hiroshi Morenos, a member of a gang called Predo Monstro, a name Michiko reacts to, uh, which we later learn is supposed to be Hatchin's, or Hana's, father. After this, though, we also get that, we also get that, we go to Atsuko, who's responding to a call of, Michiko Milandro, robbing a bank. It turns out this is a false report. It's essentially a fake Michiko. It's somebody using her name to intimidate people in order to basically make it easier to rob. You know, it's kind of a classic setup. You know, and Atsuko is clearly annoyed, and she actually acts as though she buys it. Like she buys that this person is. She acts like she buys it before saying like, yeah, you should have, because she implies like this woman is going to be going. Let me just put a, yeah. Yeah, she acts like this woman is going into the what is, I keep forgetting the name of the place. Diamandra, uh, in Michiko's place, and she says it's basically for getting her hopes up. She's just gonna send her to Diamandra, which is like implied to be the like hardcore of hardcore prisons in the area. It's like, or in the setting thing once again. So that is a thing. I probably should have gotten, in the future, I'm going to try and do these streams while having more visuals already prepared. Because I'll put some more, that's the woman pretending to be Michiko. But yeah, basically, this is a false report. It's sent Atsuko on a wild goose chase. So she's been and going here, and it's very clear that Atsuko at this point is higher rank among the police. This is the first time we get to see her in action, and she just kind of, she's very competent. She's very skilled. She just kind of uses what looks like a whip to disarm her opponent, and then also pull her to the ground. And from there, we get another scene of Atsuko and Michiko when Atsuko was in prison, or when Michiko was in prison. Namely, it seems to be a case where that news that Morenos died, that news seems to have broken Michiko while she was in prison. Hiroshi, which implies, yeah, she was very close to Hiroshi. And you can kind of assume, yeah, Hiroshi is the man that ran away, basically. Uh, but yeah, so if in this scene, Michiko is clear, just downcast. She's not, doesn't seem to be talking, and Atsuko actually shows her the picture of Hana, who has the same tattoo. Yeah, but Hana has a tattoo similar to how she does. And this is baby Hana that she has a picture of. Uh, but Michiko also has a similar tattoo, and it's always implied there's something about the tattoo that's important or narratively or something like that. I mean, the baby had the tattoo. It looks like the this. This is a good representation of what the tattoo looks like. It's most likely a tattoo about tied to some criminal organization in the world. But yeah, the baby also looks a lot like Hiroshi. Hiroshi, in, I can actually probably find a picture of Hiroshi. There we go. I probably should have just put the picture of baby Anna, but no, it's too late already. The moment's gone. Oh, I don't know how well this stream's gonna do. Oh well. I'm having fun, at least. But yeah, so this is Hiroshi, which is Hana's father, or alleged father. But yeah, so Atsuko shows a picture of Hana to give also giving Michiko the name of this child, of this baby. Uh, with Hana Bilimboza Yamada. And it seems to bring more. It seems to lift her spirits. She immediately knows that this is, without a doubt, Hiroshi's daughter. Even though we know later that Hana was born 2 years after Hiroshi's supposed death. That's an interesting thing. But yeah, from here we get the two of them talking, Hana and Michiko. Finally, this is the first conversation the two of them have in the show. They're kind of and Hana's actually asking like, who is Michiko? Why did she come for her? And Hana says, yeah, she doesn't know who Michiko is for what she's after. Which these are actually like things you probably. It's a good thing they actually have this conversation because this isn't one of those confirming everything the characters already know or the audience already knows things. It hasn't actively said yet that who Hiroshi is or whatever. Like you can obviously it's easy to interpret, but I do think it's worth having this conversation. I think this is probably one of the first conversations they should have. So it's a good thing that they're having it first. And yeah, Michiko actually shows, yeah, she had no idea anything about the priest. She actually seems to have very little, like, time or thought to, like, random people. She seems to value their. This is actually a recurring trait Michiko shows throughout the show. She tends to, like, forget who people are a lot of the time. Even people she's met before, like, for example, she barely recognizes she doesn't recognize the priest's name. But yeah, she Michiko says that she knew Hana's father, and Hana thinks she's talking about the priest. After that, Michiko explains, yeah, she knew Hiroshi Morenos, and she explains what happened supposedly happened to him, which is And the way that Michiko describes Hiroshi, it's interesting because she's very still clearly still in love with him. She talks him up a lot. All right, yeah. The Yeah, she talks him up a lot, and she even says, "Made me fall for him with one look." And yeah, basically, explains. Let me just scroll down on my notes. Uh, and yeah, we learn. Yeah, she's pretty confident that Hannah his his daughter. Uh, she he realizes the problem with the age, which is yeah. Hiroshi died 11 years ago. Hana's just about to turn 9. And then Michiko also shows the picture of Hana as a child or as a baby, saying that's what helped get her out of prison. What helped save. The way she explains it is that Hana saved her. And Michiko also asks to see the tattoo because she wants to confirm she has the right kid. But she doesn't seem to like the idea that they might have made she might have made a mistake. It's kind of clear that she didn't even think about the age thing. Maybe she didn't know. But yeah, Michiko herself is always kind of showing the tattoo, which makes me think that's why it's probably there's got to be some significance to it. And we haven't really gotten a reveal of what the tattoo means yet in the story, not in the first 6 episodes. But yeah, so the two of them clearly argue and bicker. It's very clear that Michiko and Hatchin, even though Hannah was saved, she isn't like going to let herself be pushed around by Michiko too much, and she is actually a character with agency. She's not just oh, I had another picture in here. She's not just a useless kid, though. That's what I was saying. And after this scene, we cut to a what looks to be like a truck stop. That seems to be the truck stop appears to be a kind of one of those in between truck stops that like handles. Sorry. I'm gonna need to get some water here in a minute, but I'll keep going. I'll try to get through this episode, and then that'll be a good point to like do a break. Actually, is there a way I can put text on in OBS? I can. Okay. Okay. I could have been using that. That works. Oh, I could have done this. Let me put that as. Is there a way I can change that to a darker? But yeah, so Michiko kind of yells at the gas station attendant because there seems to be no gas in the gas station, which is probably a bit of a problem. Uh, he he's not able to sell her any gas, or at least he claims so. She then he does give them directions, saying that there's a town about 3 hours walk, and that they'll have some gas. And from there, we also see Michiko kicks at a she kicks at a vending machine until it deposits a soda, which she then drinks. But she was clearly beating at the vending machine, so it would give her the free one, not like just because she was pissed off. But this is also when we get the another major clash and more characterization for Hana. She's very clearly a the type of character who's a lot more moral. This text might be better down here. Is there a darker color? Is there a way to change the color on this text? Ah, there is different colors. Okay, let's go with. There we go. There we go, chat. That way we. I'll have to, like, incorporate that next time I do a show. And probably pick a better color for visibility. Is there one that's gonna be, like, visible clearly? Alright, yeah, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, Hot, Hannah, and Hannah and Michiko talk after Michiko has stolen the drinks because she got two, and Hannah actually this is where Hannah first Hannah says she doesn't want to be called Hannah, which is why she's called Hatchin. Uh, because it yeah, she says she hates that name. And then she asks if Michiko paid for the sodas. And once she confirms she didn't, that's when Michiko refuses to drink the sodas because they're stolen. And after that, Michiko, after Hana says that, or after Hatchin says that, Michiko, Michiko throws her empty soda over her shoulder, and the bottle breaks. And Hatchin's response is, "Oh, are you going now? Who's gonna clean that up?" Because, and I think this is a very important characterization because you do have to consider, like, Hana's used to being the one who would have had to clean that up. She doesn't like causing more work for or trouble for people. I think that's clear, like, characterization for her. It makes sense why she would be that way, and it's also something that comes up again later in the series as well. Michiko, meanwhile, she's a lot more. She's not used to anyone doing anything for her. She's kind of self-reliant in a different way. I can actually make that opaque. Okay, no, that works. Hold on, I'll have to mess with this in the future. There we go. That works. Yep, that makes it easy to see without being too. distracting or bring up your eyes. But yeah, so anyway, oh, I can do that. Sorry, I've never played with the text stuff with OBS. Sorry, but yeah, Michiko's response is she still wants to see the tattoo, and so she asks for it, and it's very clear Hana has a complex about it. But yeah, when Hana starts walking away, that's when Michiko calls her Hatchin, because she's already like learned Hana doesn't like her name. But yeah, so it's also clear of another factor of why Hana is so hostile, because she's realizing like, oh, so this woman that came and saved me is the fact that like her ex boyfriend's like I might be her ex boyfriend's child, which I don't which Hannah clearly doesn't even believe. Yeah, Hannah doesn't even like fully believe in this. Yeah, but you cut to the episode cuts briefly to Atsuko, who is at interviewing the priest. Her and her people are interviewing the priest, learning about Michiko's escape or Michiko's kidnapping of Hatchin, which is what it would kind of officially be. She learns it's implied she learns basically the same information we know though. So this transition is quick before it goes back to Michiko and Hachin talking. With Michiko is talks about basically compares Hana to her father, which that there is very much a similarity. I can probably put them both on screen to yeah, but yeah, so yep, I put it in this. But yeah, yeah. So I think overall there's a lot more talking in this episode. There's action later on, but a lot of talking. Yeah, so these are the two characters. Obviously, same similar hair. Uh, and Michiko basically gives other details of what her thoughts are on how Hana looks and like trying to puzzle. You can kind of tell she's also probably trying to puzzle the uh who the mother actually was because it couldn't be Michiko. And outside of that, Hachin asks the important question of Hana asks the important question of, oh well, if it would you ditch me if I'm not his kid, if I don't have the tattoo? And Michiko just says yeah. I kind of find that funny. It's like says yeah, then Hachin claims not to have it, which Michiko obviously knows she's lying. And while they're in this restaurant, there's a news broadcast going about the kidnapping, and after they leave initially, Michiko notices the restaurant or bar owner or whatever behind the counter on the phone, and he's reporting them in. So this is how Atsuko does actually find them. And I do like that they went out of their way to show that and like justify, because it does help to justify it. It's like, well, there's new broadcasts going on, and you would kind of be like, if you saw a news broadcast about a kidnapping and then you saw the kidnapper right there, you probably would wait until they leave and then call the cops. Like it's a very understandable situation. So yeah, Michiko drops a basically a package of bottles on, or a thing of bottles onto the guy's head, naturally, as you do, because but that's what you get for snitching, I guess. But yeah, uh, let me double check my notes again. But yeah, we cut to Michiko refueling the bike, and just as the police arrive, the two of them are still talking. But this is where we get our first interaction outside of flashbacks between Atsuko and Michiko specifically. The priest also seems to have joined her in coming here. Yeah, so the two of them are both there. Uh and this is one of those scenes that Fervor just sets up the dynamic between Michiko and Atsuko. Uh or Jambo as she calls it. Well, Atsuko. But basically, Jambo and Michiko keep kind of insulting each other in different ways and provoking each other, including Atsuko bringing up what's clearly like some kind of childhood like taunt. These two are both clearly like the either former friends or former enemies. But yeah, Atsuko gives basically a childhood rhyme meant to make fun of Michiko, and that pisses her off enough to directly attack the. This action scene here with this, because you also have the priest kind of trying to appeal to Hana, but he's basically like, "Oh, you don't want me to go into debt." Like his only like actual thing he cares about is the money that he's not gonna be getting because he doesn't he's not going to get money for taking care of a kid if he doesn't have the kid. Yeah, so that is a thing. And but yeah, so Michiko seems to be caught, but talks Atsuko in I'm just gonna call her Jambo. This is gonna get annoying to explain. But yeah, so Jambo, she she kind of taunts Jambo into closing the distance by say, "Oh, I just have some words that you want, the words that you want to hear. I'll tell you them. I'll say them." And it's this scene I think is a bit I think this is a bit rough of a way for them to orchestrate Michiko escaping, the two of them escaping from Atsuka, from Jambo, because basically what happens is Jam leans in because she's curious, and then Michiko bites her, and then from there maneuvers her into a hold, takes her gun off of her, uses her as a human shield and as a hostage before tying her up with her own whip and then getting on the bike and driving away. And then this is another one of those things I think is not very great about the show. The priests now decided that, well, he's not going to be able to get Hana, or rather, at least that if he can't, he basically decides, oh, if Hana dies, then I get an insurance payout. So he just starts. His motivation has changed, and now he's trying to kill her rather than But yeah, he and the cops pursue Michiko, and like I said, I just think that this action scene is a bit cartoony for me. Uh, uh, I think it's one of the one scene. Yeah, it's very cartoony. Let me see if I can get a good screen cap to illustrate what I mean, because it's. I'm trying to get the exact right moment. There we go. I think I grabbed it. Alright, I save that. Oh, I can act. This side actually lets me slow down. Yep. Alright, perfect. I've got both pictures. Cause yeah, the action scene for the end of episode 2 is it's just kind of silly. It's very much like the cop cars are kind of just smashing into it, and keep ending up smashing into each other, or ending up in sort of ridiculous things, smashing through like stores and stuff like that. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that on screen, like that's like the moment they slip by one, and then the end result is. And the end result of that is like two cop cars slamming into each other. Like it, it's very silly. It is very silly. Like that, it ends up like that. So it goes from here to like this, and Michiko and Hatchin just kind of get away because uh well, so I think the idea is supposed to be oh well, Michiko is just that good at getting away at the action scenes, but it always kind of feels to me like almost like the cartooniness of it, I think, does detract from the show a bit. That's what, and I think that's one of the things that it does way worse than, say, Samurai Champloo or Cowboy Bebop, which the show is clearly trying to emulate to an extent. But yeah, so Hachin gets separated from Michiko during this chase and encounters the priest, who's now trying to kill her and has a gun. And it's just I think it's just really stupid the way that the priest, because okay, obviously the priest probably has decided, well, if Hannah dies, then I get the insurance money. That's his plan. His plan is she dies and I get the insurance money. The problem is I don't think you're getting that insurance payout if you gunned her down in the street in front of like cops and witnesses. And he's doing that. That's kind of what he's doing. Because I think his idea is supposed to be, oh, well, Hana dies, and then I can blame the cops, I can blame the chase, I can blame Michiko herself, and it just doesn't work. I don't know. It doesn't work for me. I don't think it works. Yeah, though. Basically, it's just one of those things where because he's trying to just like gun her down randomly. I think it just doesn't translate well. I think the idea is neat, but it's execution. It is execution, you know. Well, yeah, and while the priest is chasing her down and shooting her, which how much ammunition does he actually have? Uh, we get the probably the silliest part of the chase, which is as this is happening with Hana, who's you fell off the bike, I believe, when they were going through one of the stands in a marketplace. Uh, well, Michiko is driving away from the police. There's a point where Michiko drives up like a stairwell. And you get one of the cop cars, like, starts driving up the stairwell as well. Somehow the cop car starts driving up the stairwell. Uh, honestly, I don't know how the bike is doing that either. But it's one of those things that's kind of like it doesn't look very good either. So yeah, there's the bike going up the stairwell, which at least looks like a rough ride. But yeah, the cop car is also doing that. It's not looking much better. Yeah, it looks really bad. It looks really bad, guys. Like look at this. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. Because then she knocks over a bunch of like looks like metal barrels, knocks so that happen to have been like stacked next to the stairwell. Those smash into the car, and then it like gets knocked over and like basically bounces down the stairs until it ends up upside down. It's just cartoonish. It's cartoonish. Yeah, it's probably it's probably the dumbest action scene in the show, I think. Some of the stuff in episode 6 is pretty bad too, but that's the dumbest action scene in the show by far. Yeah. So, anyways, back to going back to the actual scene. The chase kind of just continues, but at this point most of the cop cars are knocked out of the chase. I think the cop cars are all knocked out of the chase. So we go back to the priest. The priest is getting ready to kill Hatchin. uh they're running on what looks like a rooftop area where like laundry is hanging and stuff. But she Hatchin gets brought back over to like a dead end, and she just takes off the cross that's been hanging out around her neck and throws it at the priest. She finally put decides to like trust Michiko to protect her, but she calls for Michiko, and Michiko makes she makes another dramatic entrance, which I want to know how she gets on top of all these like rooftops to get the jump umps for that she does with this bike, because it like I said, it's one of those other things that it's just like, how did you get up there? Yeah, let me. Yeah, she jumped from this rooftop over here on the left. So how did she? But we don't actually, because we saw her go up the stairwell. But that was to another road. It wasn't really to a. I guess maybe there's an actual street up here on the side or something. But yeah, either way, yeah. So Michiko lands dramatically between Hannah and the priest, which the priest is at this point freaked out because, yeah, basically, Michiko is like a wanted criminal, so kind of makes sense he'd run off. But yeah, he runs off, tries to get a shot off, and then she's actually like driving in pursuit of him at this point. And it's another one of those cases where it feels like guns just aren't accurate in this world for some reason. And she kicks the gun out of his hand as she's driving by, uh, and then tries to ram him, as one does. He's forced to jump off the roof, and he crashes through it into a bar's pool table, like going making a hole through their roof. So yeah, I think this whole action scene is silly. There's character stuff I think you could have done a lot with here, but I just don't think it works. It doesn't work at all, really. I think this is probably, like I said before, I think this action scene and I think there's a lot of good character stuff between Michiko and Hatchin, but I don't in this episode, but I don't think this action scene does the show any favors. I think it looks really poor. It early done. It's cartoonish actions where it's like what I showed with the stairwell. Uh, all of these cop cars are just like well, all of these cops are basically cars are just completely outmaneuvered. Uh, there's definitely a lot of plot armor going on here with Michiko that like looks really bad. uh the police just don't use their gun when they have like lines of sight, and Michiko just doesn't get shot ever, despite like not really she's not like using cover. She's not it's not even doing the anime thing of which I wouldn't mind of like, oh, she's outmaneuvering them, like she's like dodging, she's doing like acrobatic stuff to avoid getting hit. It isn't really even really doing that. It's like no, the bullets just never hit. Yeah. But yeah, after they escape, you get Hatchin is kind of crying into Michiko's shirt. Uh, and this is also where she asks about the nickname Hatchin that Michiko has started calling her. And Michiko's response is just, "Yeah, you said you didn't want to be called Hannah." Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the end of episode 2. Is really that scene with it. I like that it kind of ends with a nice moment between the two our two main characters. They're kind of just on a rooftop. They've managed to escape. We get Atsuko kind of looking over the damage, having escaped from being tied up herself. And this is another one of those like annoying things where she yells Michiko's name into the air, like dramatically. Like I said, I think that part is very cartoonish. I don't think it. I think it looks kind of cheesy and like a in a way that the show's trying to avoid. Because the vibe I get from the show and what it's trying to do is a bit more of it's more of a Cowboy Bebop or a Samurai Champloo, which you can have humorous stuff happen and humorous characters, but you have to balance that. But I feel like that's another thing that this just doesn't do as well as those two, which I would call its inspirations. You know, it is trying to be that type of show just in its own setting, and it's trying to do something different with the plot. Like, it's probably closer to Bebop than it is Cowboy Bebop, or not Bebop. It's probably closer to Samurai Champloo than Cowboy Bebop. Like Samurai Champloo is basically it's not exactly a wolf and cub story, but it's got a similar story structure where it's kind of the main character two these two fighters end up with uh with the person who can't fight who has to be protected, and they get into misadventures while looking for someone and while trying to fulfill an objective. And several of the episodes are just kind of misadventures and various like things like that. And then as it goes on, that's when it eventually reaches the point where they actually get to the main plot. And that's kind of what this show tries to be. But Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop, especially when it comes to this episode, are much better at kind of juggling the tone. I actually think episode 3 is the better of these first 3 episodes. Which, speaking of, let me on break. I'm going to step away for a minute, use the bathroom, and get something to drink. So, because I'm talking a lot. My throat's a bit rough. But yeah, we're going to do that. One day I'm gonna probably have to probably gonna have to do this for in the future though. But I think this is another like kind of video note to myself. I'll probably find some like royalty free music to be able to play during breaks or something like in the background. But yeah. I'm back. Sorry about that. I try to keep these short. I try to keep these short. But yeah, we can probably go into the next episode. Oh, another thing from the episode 2 though. Is Hatchin admits she lied about the tattoo and that she does have it. Yep, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna start on episode 3. Which I think is one of the more eh, I think it's actually one of the more the first time I watched the show, I thought episode 3 was not very good. I didn't like it. The second time I actually kind of came around on it though. Yeah, I came around on this show or on this episode. But yeah, yeah. So the show opens up with it's very clear that Michiko and Hatchin have set up in either a new town or a new area of the same town. I does it actually say? Let me double check. No, I'm pretty. No, it is a different town. Because the title screen always says where they are and what date. Yeah, it seems to be say seaside town, and Action is kind of looking at herself in a mirror. She's repeating the name Hatchin as though kind of trying it out. You can kind of get the vibe of. But she does it because actually saying Hannah, or actually being called Hannah, she's not comfortable with it because that's what the abusive family. It reminds her too much of the abusive family and the priest. Yeah. Okay. This is one of the other problems with streaming is I have to like remember that I don't want anyone to fill dead air, so I have to like kind of wrangle my own attention span. Because I'll suddenly like get a notification on my phone, and I'll be my first impulse is, oh well, I should check that. It might be important. But yeah, it that is a thing that seems to just happen. But yeah, so anyway, uh, once we get through the title screen, which the title of this episode is like a frantic pinball. Uh, we open on basically a bunch of multicolored stones in a psychic, like the type of psychic that looks like obviously fake. I'm waiting to see if I could get a better angle on her. Yeah, yeah. An old lady who talks in a very specific way and is clearly trying to like hawk suspicious items. Like one of them is there's the gemstones that she has that she's like, oh, they're like this is a miracle stone and it'll get you through any misfortune. This is the fingernail old dirt of a god and it'll give you power. So the effects vary from person to person. Oh, there we go. There's a good angle for the screen cap real quick. No, that's not as. I'm sure that it'll give me a better one here. But yeah, outside of that, we get Michiko kind of realizes there's no spare chairs and kind of want basically asks Hatchin to sit in her lap because there's none. It's very clear Michiko's being particularly trying to accommodate Hatchin. And I feel like a lot of it is just she doesn't know how to act. It feels like she's being awkward because she doesn't really know how to act around a kid. Like, you gotta remember, she's spent most of her time not only just in prison, but also, why do I have these on separate tabs? Yeah, but yeah, Michiko was in prison for at least 11 years because we know she was in prison when Hiroshi supposedly died. So because of that, you can kind of believe that you can probably believe that she's just awkward about the whole situation and kind of trying to get behind the tough acts, basically. There's often, especially because Michiko is very much established in this show to be not really a long-term planner. She's very impulsive. She's very reckless. But yeah, the old lady brings up stuff like, that the face is a barometer of the soul and negative energy and stuff like this. And then she finally just offers to do full on do the whole like reading. And it's very clear that what's interesting about this is very clear that Hatchin is the skeptic of the two, and Michiko is kind of the believer. So Michiko buys into all of this. Uh, she even states she fully believes that that the fortune teller is the real deal. But yeah, we also hear that she can tell them the future and it doesn't come cheap. And after we get a brief cut to directly after we get a brief cut to directly after that just illustrates more firmly that Michiko is a believer and Hatchin doesn't believe in the gypsy lady. We also learn that Michiko basically picked up the one of the stones, bought one of the stones and the fingernail dirt of God. Which, yeah, that stuff is obviously scams. But yeah, the stone specifically was one that was the miracle stone. Oh, there we go. I think this is a great point to screen cap actually for a visual. So I think what's really funny about the visual in for this episode is like you kind of just get the general vibe of whatever other people are thinking when they look into this. That's kind of what I like. But yeah, this is like a psychic that it's not like a dedicated psychic with like their own shop. They're like operating off some kind of a restaurant. This person is bringing their workplace with them. Let's say that. There we go. I think that makes it pretty clear how it looks. But yeah, yeah. So either way, outside of, oops, I hope I didn't screw anything up. No, no, we're good. We are good. I think the stream itself performance is doing well. However, my performance is doing well. Oh well, we'll see. Well, yeah. So anyway, this old lady, she does make specific predictions. She makes specific predictions for both Michiko and Hatchin. And the interesting thing about it with the episode is each of the predictions goes true. So the one with Michiko sounds like very generic. So for it starts with her saying that, oh well, she sees a man. Yeah, Michiko's looking for a man, right? Which it just comes across as like the cold reading, or which if you don't know what cold reading is, cold reading is like when a it's like what a lot of these like mentalists and psychics do to pretend that they can like read minds or talk to spirits. They basically read your reactions and like kind of throw guesses. It does kind of have that aesthetic, doesn't it, Iron? It's uh a little bit. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, so she then says, the psychic says specifically a sketch of the man. You have found him. It's the man you're looking for. Happiness. There are two children, the makings of a happy family, and it's in the not too distant future. Honest effort will bring you together. Uh, and the her prediction for Hatchin is I see you. Mind your right foot. That small misfortune will bring about a larger misfortune. Stop. Do not go after the one who flees. Do not go up the mountain. Do not go. Do not go up the mountain. And gunshots. That's. I see the ocean. You will die. You will die. Yeah, you will die. That's the exact dialogue for the scene from this, and I read it. I decided to just write it all down, and read it all out. Just because, yeah, this all of that kind of comes true, in the story. So, after that scene, yeah, Michiko buys the Forcas Pedros, the Miracle Stone, uh, which I'm probably mispronouncing that, but either way, it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like something that's just very scammy. It's really funny. But yeah, Michiko asks if it will protect Hatchin because she believes and Hatchin does not. So she buys that in the fingernail dirt of God. It's and I kind of like the way that they frame the episode as though it's all a big scam, and the whole thing is just like a misadventure. Because this is this one is a bit of a filler episode that's also, well, it sets up certain character, but it does more than that. It sets up specific characters that then come up in the future of the episode. Yeah, it it sets up certain characters that are important for the next, basically like the next couple episodes or so, or the next episode. It also, on top of that, there's also the fact that this episode is, it's got a lot of good character stuff. It plays with the characters a lot. You get a lot of characterization for, specifically for Hatchin. But yeah, she's resistant about taking the stone, but Michiko convinces her to hold on to it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. After that, you get the first thing that was prophesized because uh, basically Michiko was told, beware your right foot. Yeah, she steps in dog crap, and that is that is the first little misfortune. Yeah, so she's like washing off her shoe at what's clearly a hotel with the shower nozzle. She's like cleaning it off. And as she does that, Michiko and her are talking, and basically Michiko's saying like she's gonna go looking for like clues and something to lead them to Hiroshi. Hatchin says she's not going and hangs up her shoes to dry, leaving them at the window specifically to dry. Uh, when Michiko comes back, she has a sketch of Hiroshi, which I put on screen earlier, but I can probably put back on screen. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, yeah. And she also has a sketch of Hatchet. This is I found this image really funny because when it comes up in the show, but it doesn't come up yet. But yeah, uh, basically Michiko got that sketch that is on the right of the man and that was one of the things predicted for her. There was mentioned a sketch of the man. Uh, she also brings back brand new shoes for Patchett, and Hatchin is very skeptical that she might have stolen them because well, she knows already that Michiko is not above stealing things. And after that they both go to sleep. When they wake up, the old shoes that Hatchin has have been stolen. They were stolen from the window somehow. They like the laces are still there, but the shoes themselves are gone. And so she has to wear the ones that Michiko gave her until she sees. So she leaves for the day. Hatchin does while Michiko is out. Seems they're both doing their own things for most of the episode, and eventually Hatchin sees the same shoes in a shop window and sees there are 130 arca, which is the money that they use in this setting. And that's kind of set up to be a decent amount of money. Uh, and she and after she sees that, we cut to the scene kind of transitions, and she's now walking barefoot while carrying the shoes, and she goes into a Chinese restaurant to because she's looking for work. And the way she explains it when asked is actually really interesting. But this is further characterization for Hatchin. She has a very, very strong moral compass. She does not believe in using something that's stolen or stealing or anything like that. And I think she actually kind of changes off of that sort of because she's an extreme moralist. That's the best way to put it. She's actually a very pessimistic. It's interesting. She's a very pessimistic character that's got a very strong moral code, a moral view of the world. Well, yeah. So she goes into a restaurant. She goes into a restaurant. Oh, it's a dog. Okay, sorry. Yeah, and it the restaurant is owned by someone named Lam Yin. It's a Chinese restaurant. That's what's set up. It's a Chinese restaurant run by Lam Yin. Uh, Hatchin meets Lam Yin, a Chinese restaurant owner. He rejects her. She says she's looking for work. He rejects her first because the first thing is because she's a child, and she says she'll will work hard. He says everyone says that, even adults say that. You He says that nobody can keep up with him because he has masterful skills. And she in turn tells him, "Oh well, why don't you? But you, how can you reject me? You don't even know I might have masterful skills too." That's like her. I like it. I kind of like the way that she kind of tries to negotiate, but also it's funny because the Chinese restaurant owner guy Lam Yin, he then he seems to like it seems like he's like, oh hey, this kid actually has like, this kid actually has spunk. I kind of like that she isn't just like gonna take what I'm saying, but she's also like being respectful about it. He says, "Oh yeah, you're right. I should probably try you. Do you have any I?" Or well, he asks if she has any ID. She says she doesn't because, well, you have to remember that Hatchin is a kidnap victim. She's she's not gonna have any ID. And Lamian, and that's when Lamian actually goes like, "Oh yeah, I should try you. Uh, you only get half wage because you're a child. You get half wage again because you have no ID. Oh, also you work today and tomorrow for free." It's kind of clear he's just taking advantage of her. Uh, but he is willing to give her 10 arca a day. He then asks her about these shoes. Why she's barefoot and why she's just carrying around the shoes, and this is where we really get Hatchin's mentality. So Hatchin says that the reason she's not using the shoes is because she hasn't paid for them yet. Yep. Yeah, but yes, so he also mentions, oh, learn the entire menu. Okay, yeah, you're hired. Learn the entire menu, master it. Also, pay him attention to this hand sign. He does a hand sign. Let me see if I could get just the visual for it. But yeah, it's very clear throughout the whole exchange. Lamian, well, there's like two separate sort of angles I got from this scene. One is that Lamian is like, oh, I can get like a lot of like free or cheap labor from this because like this kid is obviously shady. It's like this kid is obviously shady. They're obviously involved in something illegal. I don't have to like know about what that is, but I could get free labor out of it. And that there's also an angle I got of like, oh, I like this kid. Like they're actually they're I actually want to inspire this kid. I want to like she seems does actually seem eager to work. There's clearly a level where he's doing both there. Yeah, it's like, oh, you've got spunk, kid. That kind of attitude. He also after she'd introduced herself, she also tells him to call her Hatchin rather than Hannah. Yeah. But he does like accept her working for him, which is she seems more than willing to do it. There's the hand sign that we get. I got the screen. I've got the screen cap for it. But yeah, the interesting thing with Hatchin is she's a very moral character who's also very much happy to like do hard work, even to the point of being a bit of a pushover when it comes to, for example, negotiating about her hard work. Because it is kind of clear that Lamian is taking advantage. It's also kind of clear that he's also going out on a limb here because yeah, this kid is very shady when it comes to like. There we go. Let me shrink that down. Ooh, that was the background. I didn't fuck up the background too much. Up. I've moved that down. There we go. Sorry about that. But yeah. So that we learn after this that the hand sign in question is actually a signal for somebody who's about to like dine and dash. It's like, hey, be ready to like stop this person. Be ready to catch them. They're gonna try and run off without paying. That's what the signal actually is. Yeah, and that actually does happen while she's working. It actually happens twice. So the first time it happens, it's very clear that Hatchin takes a minute, is kind of slow on the uptake about it. She remembers the signal, but too late. But before then, we do have Michiko asking around of using the poster, and she also asks around about Hannah, about Hatchin, which kind of implies she doesn't really know what Hatchin is up to. Really? Like she knows Hannah is going out to do something, but she doesn't really know what. And we know that because she's showing the sketch of Hiroshi, and she's showing that really bad sketch that's supposed to be Hatchin. Yeah, the sketch right there on the left is supposed to be Hatchin. Also, am I the only one who's ever encountered it where you have an artist like this, or they can draw like men or they can draw like women, but they can't draw the other? And anytime they try, it's just absolute garbage. I've met authors like that or artists like that. Where it's like there are you look through the artist's work and it really is just these two pictures. But yeah, so with the Dine and Dasher, the first one, yeah, the signal is given, and then the Lam Yin throws his cleaver across the restaurant and into a one of the support post at the door. Uh, like as a kind of like, hey, you better not like run, but the guy gets away, and after that, oh, we also get the name of the restaurant, the Chokyo Hantan. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But yeah, we also get Hannah seems to be working while Lam Yun is having a smoke. It's like a scene, the next scene after the Dive and Dasher, and he's he's basically he's having a smoke. She seems to be actually I'm not sure. I guess peeling the those green bean things that you get in like Asian restaurants. I don't know what they're called. But yeah, yeah, he's like complaining at Hannah about like, oh, I have a daughter your age, but she's much more useful, or she's quick on the uptake, no mistakes. He said, it's the same as though you're not here at all. I don't need you, but I'm nice. I'll try you out. You work for tomorrow for free too. It's just it is really funny. It is really funny. She's Hatchin's kind of got this issue with her where she is kind of the type that's a bit of a pushover. But this is a this next scene with her. It's her in the bathroom at home, like in front of the mirror, and she's like ranting at the mirror and like gesturing at it. And it's very clear, like she's not the type to like vent her frustrations to the person, but she will complain about them when she's alone. And this is where she actually cuts her hair to the shorter style that it's in for like the rest of the show. But yeah, she cuts her hair. She tries to get like more furious and kind of psychs herself up. As a kind of like, oh yeah, now I'm going to I think she actually has a specific line. Yeah, I'm all psyched up now. I am reborn. It's very clear. Hatchin is a hard worker. She's a natural hard worker. Despite how much that doesn't work out for her because she lets herself get taken advantage of, it is still a strength. Uh, And outside of that, we go back to Michiko, who she's still showing people the she's still showing people the at this point she's already found out that Hatchin is doing something, because Hatchin has gone back to their mutual room since then. But yeah, she's just show so this day she's just showing around the picture of Hiroshi. And somebody actually recognize him, is it? And I believe they specifically say, "Oh, I think I've seen him somewhere before." And they say that he wait, I believe they said it's the house separated from the favela, which I had to look up what that term meant. Uh, favela is apparently a favela is a yeah, a name for an impoverished neighbor, a type of it's an umbrella term for different types of impoverished neighborhoods in Brazil. Because I'd never heard that term before. Give me a second. Give me a second, Chad. I just have to answer something real quick. Sorry about that. I should probably set this phone to do not disturb. There we go. I don't want my notifications coming through. I always find that really annoying when a streamer has their notifications coming through. Yeah, so but yeah, uh so the old guy recognizes the picture and tells her where to go. Michiko starts heading that out, and after that we go back to the Chinese restaurant where Lamien puts out the food for somebody, and then he gives Hatchin the signal. After she gives Hatchin the signal, a couple of what looks to be kids uh, rush out of the restaurant, and they split up. And Hatchin tells Lamien, "Oh, I'm going. Like I'm gonna keep chasing. I'm going to chase them." Which this comes back to one of the another part of the. It comes back to another part of the prophecy. Yeah, because remember it was said, "Oh, don't go," and like that's what Lamien actually says is "don't go." And then as she's leaving, she starts. They start going upwards, up a hill, up a mountain. And to top it off, the because the whole thing with the shoes comes up again because this kid also has her old shoes. He like kicked them off because they still don't have the laces. But yeah, he has the old shoes that she had stolen. Which this episode is kind of a lot of like coincidence, but I think that's kind of the point. It's one of those where the whole point is like it's all following a predestined prediction. But yeah, Hatchin goes up the hill. She still tries to pursue the kid, and she keeps saying like, yeah, he still needs to pay. Like she yelled at him to pay her. She like climbs up to a high point and realizes where the kid is going, and she goes and she gets shot at. Yeah, that was it. That was it. That's what happens next. Yeah. So basically, the kid ran into another group of children. One of whom has a gun. Like it's clearly like a gang member. But yeah. After this, it kind of, and from this position, she sees the ocean, which is another part of the prediction. It was like, I see the ocean, you will die, you will die. Hatchin starts running away from these kids because, like, now they are trying to kill her. And it's clearly like a gang of criminal children. They kind of surround her, box her in, and then the one with the gun comes back in. And Hatchin's left, like, realizing, oh, I'm about to get killed. She realizes she has the stone, the miracle stone, and she's saved because she throws it at him. So it does, in fact, save her life and prevent her from getting shot. Because he, like, flinches back and doesn't actually shoot. And at the same time, Michiko happens to arrive at the same time. Yeah, so Michiko doesn't initially even recognize Hatchin because she hasn't seen her with the new haircut. But then she immediately, like, after Hatchin talks to her, realizes who it is, and realizes that basically she's in a bit of danger. Yeah, so the criminal children kind of close in while these two are talking. And the one with the gun has gotten back up and points the gun at Michiko. She doesn't seem to even flinch, as instead she's more concerned because he called her an old biddy. And she just, like, disarms him and, well, yeah, basically she just, like, well, she bitch slaps him. And, well, puts puts him into a position where he's disarmed. Yeah, yeah. Let me put an image on screen to show exactly the position he's in. Yeah. So it's very clear she takes control of the situation. She's stepping on his hand so he can't get the gun, and then he makes her. She makes him apologize. Yeah, she makes him apologize for uh, and then he runs off swearing revenge. After that, the other, like, criminal children just run away. Yeah, the other criminal children fall away, and Michiko talks to Hatchin about. Oh, basically, she found him. She found Hiroshi. Like, she knows where Hiroshi is supposed to be, or at least she believes she does. So she knows where the guy who's recognized based off the sketch is. Uh, yeah. So she takes Hatchin to the house that was mentioned by the man, and after doing so, Hatchin at first thinks it is the same guy, right? But Michiko realizes that the final part of the prediction about her, it wasn't about, like, love. It was like, oh, hey, hold on, 1 minute. Hey, doggy. Here you go. All right. Sorry about that. My dog wanted to be let back into the room. Yeah, but this is like a family of two. There's a family of two at, or a family of four at this address. It's two kids, a man and a wife, and the man just happens to look like Hiroshi. And at first, Hatchin thinks it is him because she's never seen him before. But Michiko already kind of knows that it clearly isn't him, or at least she wants to believe it's not him. I think it's more he just happens to look like Hiroshi, but she's kind of but she yeah yeah though Michiko no immediately realizes, oh, okay, that's not him, or at least she, like I said, she wants to believe that. So she drags Hatchin away from the house, realizing, oh, okay, wasn't right, and she claims it's interesting because the dynamic has shifted. Because at this point, Hatchin believes the old lady was right, the old lady who made all the predictions, and Michiko doesn't. Michiko believes that all of the old lady's predictions were wrong because the end state was wrong, because this clearly isn't Hiroshi as far as she's concerned. Or like I said, the other possibility is she just doesn't believe it's Hiroshi. But yeah, either way, uh, Michiko is pissed off and dismissive about the whole situation, and Hatchin's just confused. And Hatchin actually realizes, basically, Hatchin says after Michiko says, "Oh yeah, the whole prediction was bullshit, right? Because it wasn't him." And Hatchin's thought is maybe it was just the sketch that was wrong and not the actual predictions, because as far as she's concerned, kind of everything went as predicted. And like I said, I think this is a particularly interesting episode. In a lot of ways, I think it's particularly interesting because it kind of you get a lot enough from both characters. Michiko is more about like results, and she is more optimistic. But if she doesn't get the results she's trying to, she'll also just completely like drop that method. She'll just be like, "Oh, okay, well that clearly was bullshit because, well, it wasn't him." Well, Hatchin is more like, "Oh, okay, well, what actually did I do wrong?" Hatchin's a Hatchin's also much better at like doing hard work, while Michiko, she kind of does her own thing. I wouldn't say she's lazy or not a hard worker, but she's also clearly not. Like, Hatchin is doing something on principle throughout the episode that she thinks is gonna be useful, and I think, or at least moral. Because she's trying to pay for the shoes. It is interesting that she is still using the shoes when she's chasing. Uh, so I think at some point she did realize, and I think that was probably when she cut the hair, because it was kind of like, okay, well, I still need to like actually be able to. It that was her kind of sacrificing something of herself. I think symbolically. I think there's a major thematic element there. She's sacrificing herself, part of herself symbolically. In this case, the more like noticeable thing is the hair, but I also think it's. I don't know if we see her using the shoes before then, while she's working at the Chinese restaurant. So I think it was just a full on like, hey, well, I have to be like somewhat pragmatic. She's still clearly a moral person. She still doesn't want to steal. She doesn't want to cheat. She doesn't want to lie. All of this stuff. But it's interesting because with Hatchin, she's still that kind of makes sense. She has that mentality anyway. Because even though like obviously her foster family were dicks, uh, well, she was raised in a church, and she was at least raised on the veneer of that sort of morality. I find that really interesting for a character, especially when their mentor character is the one that's less moral, because a lot of the time it's the other way around. A lot of the time it's like punk kid with jaded mentor who's had to like learn things from life. And in some ways it still is like that, and in some ways it isn't. Oh, Michiko also points out that the other reason the predictions weren't true was, because Hatchin is still alive. Even though the Miracle Stone thing did happen. But yeah, and I think that's the end of episode 3. We're actually not doing too bad time. I was worried it would be an hour an episode, and it kind of still seems to be about that. But yeah, this is actually one of probably the sadder episodes. I think one of the more character driven episodes with this is also one of those episodes I feel like is a lot more Bebop or like Outlaw Star esque because it's kind of like a short story of character almost of characters that are with Michiko and Hatchin. And at this point, I do think this is where the show's starting to hit its stride a bit. I think it stumbles a bit here and there. Like, I believe episode 6, some of the action scene near the end gets a bit silly and ridiculous and maybe a little convoluted, but I think a lot of the setup and stuff was decent. And I think that's worth acknowledging. But for episode 4, we're still in the same area. That's another interesting thing about episode 4. Uh, well, a lot of these episodes aren't like specifically tagged as like two-parters. A lot of them are different regions, different areas every single time. Uh, in this case, it's more. In this case, they stick around this area for a while, and it kind of makes sense because they don't really have many. They don't really have many options. Like it's kind of hard for them to. And I actually had found uh some images. Also, I didn't share uh this image because episode 3 is when I started like preparing visuals rather than just grabbing them as I go. My preparations kind of happened in the middle. Like this is when Michiko is supposed or Hatchin was supposed to die in the last episode. Do I have any other episode 3 tagged ones? Uh no, I like I said I started with the visuals late into episode 3. So, that's a thing. So, we open episode 4 on a strip club that's advertising a girl named Pepe Lima, with Michiko being drunk at the bar at this club. She seems annoyed and, well, she's also clearly just hammered, but she gets annoyed because at the music and things going on. She's not really interested in the dripping stuff, obviously, but yeah, she gets annoyed and starts heckling heckling Pepe. And by the way, that's just gonna be really that's just gonna be really funny to say, Pepe. Because I just think of the Pepe the Frog. I just think of Pepe the Frog. Actually, can I put Pepe image on screen? Like everyone's seen Pepe. Peepo. Whatever you want to call him. Uh, but yeah, Pepe Lima is the name of the stripper that Michiko heckles and then eventually leaves the bar. And then Pepe trips her while she's drunk on the way out. And after that encounter, which is their first kind of encounter with each other, which, by the way, the heckling was like her yelling some stuff, like she called she called Pepe a fake breasted chick and stuff like that. But yeah, after that scene, which is kind of the intro before the title, we get the title card, which the title of the episode is Stray Cat Milky Way. Oh, let me update the text here. I almost forgot. So yeah, we're on episode 4. So yeah, we start the episode at the Chokyo Hantan with it clear that Hatchin is still kind of working there. I kind of like that we kind of get a couple episodes around the same place with Hatchin's still working there. I assume Hatchin's working there because she seems like the type that just doesn't like not doing anything. But yeah, after that, we get the army of child soldiers comes in. The gang that from the last episode specifically. Which I have a visual for, actually, and I had it on already downloaded everything. But yeah, so it is literally a child gang. They point the gun at Michiko. They order her to come with them. And Atrin is kind of just left at the restaurant. Lam Yin doesn't say anything about this. I guess he just doesn't want doesn't care. He doesn't want the trouble. Uh, and from there, they take her to a character named Rico, who he claims he's the leader of this favela. Basically, he's like the local like gang lord or gang leader or whatever. And he called her here because she injured the boy with the gun from the last episode. I believe he does actually give a name of the boy, but I didn't bother to write it down because he doesn't really come up that much outside of this scene. But yeah. So basically, he called her over here and he's asking for restitution. He's asking her to, basically pay her debt to make it right. And the scene specifically, and yeah, he is shirtless. Yeah, he's also actually an adult, but he does command the gang of little child criminals. But yeah, we learn, yeah, he's in charge. He considers himself in charge of this favela. He deals with any trouble. Basically, he's like the local mafia capo or local mafia boss. He's kind of got like a weird, goofy persona. Or it's kind of hard to take him seriously. I think that a lot of that. Oh yeah, and the kid's name was Tony apparently, probably Antonio or something like that. But yeah, the guy Rico called him Tony, and he's angry because Tony's hand was injured. So he points the gun at her, uh, basic and threatens her to basically to pay back the debt, either pay it back directly or he says with labor, which well, I think I think it's easy to say what he's asking for. We also learn though that he doesn't seem to actually want to shoot anyone. Like he counts to five, she's just kind of unfucked, and then he's just like, "Oh, yeah, no, no, it's glad that you agreed. Let's get out of it." It's very clear he doesn't really want it to kill anyone. Like he basically just kind of makes an excuse for her, and I thought this was interesting with this character because it indicated to me he's not just completely like an evil bastard. He doesn't want to kill somebody. But yeah, we also learn that what's her name? Pepe is also living in the same kind of area as him. So because she interrupts the meeting, yelling at the TV or something happening on the TV. Uh, she then breaks the TV for some reason, and he tries to get Michiko to pay for that too. And then she walks away. But yeah, after that, the whole situation ends up de-escalating. But this scene is most clearly mostly meant to introduce Rico and like is he does become important after this. But yeah, so Michiko leaves the place. And at the door, we actually, after she exits the house specifically, or like a apartment house thing specifically, we see Hatchin is like waiting at the door. She seems like she was like build, building up her nerve to like try and go save Michiko, which I really like. That as like a little thing, though. I think that's a bit weird. It's like, well, Hatchin, how did you know where they took her? Did you just like follow their car, or did you ask around? It, it's a case of it's a nice moment, but I don't think it's justified. If you know what I mean. But that's a little thing, you know. I think that's the thing with a lot of the problems in the show. A lot of times it is little things like that where it's like, uh, point A and point B didn't really connect in quite the best way. And I think that's a lot of the problems uh with several of the episodes. It's like a lot of time with this show, it's I do say this show's a bit of a give and take with when it comes to quality. Like there's stuff I think is really good, and then there's stuff I think is really bad. Or not bad, but there's stuff I think is missing or lacking, or there's like goofy fight action scenes. But yeah, Hatchin is at the door holding a butcher's knife from the restaurant, clearly, and uh, after that, the two of them, as they're walking back, walking away from the place, they do actually encounter Pepe again as she is driving in a car or riding in a car, and she almost runs into them. Basically, she kind of clearly tries to. I wouldn't say tries to run over Michiko necessarily, but she does tell the guy to just drive through him. Uh, where did I just had a spot on these notes. Hold on. Pepe being driven by some guy and tries to run over Michiko. Oh yeah, we learn Pepe seems to be paying for her sister Lulu to survive, help her survive. Her sister is clearly a lot more innocent of a character. She not entirely innocent as far as her sister's kind of in a weird the sister's in a weird position, I think, with the episode. Lulu is, let me see if I can get a picture for Lulu. I didn't want to put on Pepe's picture because I think that I that might be tempting the YouTube gods to smite me. It's a little fancy with that character because, like, obviously it's a stripper, but Lulu is not that. It's like just this little kid that's sister is helping her survive and paying her way. Huh, that picture's a little blurry. I probably should have grabbed a picture of Lulu. Actually, I might have. Let me see. Oh, hey, I did actually include another image earlier. Uh, oh, that. I guess I'll just grab the first one I can find off. Oh, that works. That's from the wiki. Yeah, the wiki. So there's Lulu, and let me see if I can just grab a quick picture of Pepe. That one's safe for work. That's the problem with characters like this in the show. So these two are sisters in the show. Yeah. Essentially, essentially, yeah. Though, we cut to Pepe in basically in the like kind of the what's the word you would call it, like the dressing room area for the strip club, and she's obviously there to get ready. Lulu's waiting for her in there, probably. Mm, and the two of them eat at the Chokyo Hanta, the restaurant that the restaurant that Hatchin works at. And Pepe, out of nowhere, actually asks Hatchin what her connection is to Hiroshi, which Pepe clearly had overheard. Uh, Pepe clearly overheard uh, Michiko asking about Hiroshi the previous night at the bar. So it's clear she probably doesn't know anything specific about Hiroshi. So she's willing to play it coy and act like she does. Either way, yeah, the her uh and her sister. Keep forgetting the name. Lulu. That's it. I should remember Lulu. It's the same name as my co-host. It's the name of my co-host. Damn it. But yeah, her and Lulu are eating at the thing, uh, at the place. Is They ask about Coach Hiroshi and ask if Michiko is Hana's mother. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, she asks Hatchin's connection to Hiroshi as well as Michiko. Pepe implies she knows Hiroshi, inviting Hatchin to meet her, for her and Michiko to meet her at basically a party at the strip club that's supposed to be for Pepe. Obviously, one of those like events to like earn money or whatever. Uh, Michiko later insists that Hiroshi would have had nothing to do with Pepe. Obviously, very defensive. But yeah, before that, we actually get the two sisters are like basically say they don't have any money. So and Patchen gives the signal. So we get the butcher's knife once again going into the table, which this Chinese guy, a Lin Yan, he must spend an awful lot on he must spend an awful lot on furniture because he throws that butcher knife. He's pretty accurate with it. I mean, to not have like taken somebody's head off yet, but like he consistently like hits the furniture stuff near people. But yeah, so Pepe points out she hasn't dashed. Uh she gets shaken down by Lenium for all of her money that she has left, but it's not enough to pay for the food. Uh, Lenium also tries to take away the leftovers. The two the two manage to escape though, as basically just by jumping off from the table in kind of a almost ballet sort of style. I think is the idea. Leaping from there to the counter and then running away. That whole part of the scene. I think so. The idea here that the whole scene here was a bit weird. It's another one of those scenes where I like the idea of it, especially knowing the main motivation, but I do actually think it has problems because the scene has problems mainly because the whole thing is actually with the dine and dash thing. So the idea that they don't have money makes sense when you learn more about the characters and what their situation is. However, the problem with it is it looks goofy. It's like this she escapes through like just leaping over the table in this like weird ballet sort of way. It looks like something that's it's like they're trying to ape a more goofy story setting while they've been the show kind of tries to bounce between kind of a goofier setting and one where with a bit of a harsher kind of more grounded tone, and I don't think it works when it does that. I think the best parts of this show are when it's trying to be grounded and sort of gritty. uh, and this episode has some good stuff in it still, and some stuff that is like that. I think this is probably one of the more well known and well liked episodes of the show. One of the more well liked arcs involving the show. But yeah, Uh, Michiko and Hatchin are talking again. They're kind of catching up. We learned that Michiko did actually end up paying for the restitution because she just couldn't be bothered. Essentially, she thought it was too complicated. If it would be too complicated if they just like made an enemy of the local crime boss. And yeah, then Achin also brings up, yeah, this chick says she has information on Hiroshi. Uh, Michiko kind of in denial about that. She's like, well, what? Hiroshi putting the moves on that chick? Like, it's very clear she does not like Pepe at all. And she's also kind of a jealous type, which is interesting because she knows she isn't actually Hana's mother, because she would have been in jail when Hana was ever born. Or she would have been in jail, like, for 2 years around when Hana was born. At least 2 years. But outside of that, we do cut to Pepe and Lulu talking, and I actually missed this until now. But yeah, they're basically talking about their own plans on what they want to do, or what they're planning to do. Though they don't give details. Pepe just asks like, "Oh, Lulu, you don't have to do this if you don't want to," uh, implying that something sus is going. And she's like, "Oh, I'll do it," but we don't really know what she's talking about doing yet. But yeah, these two sisters are uh basically they're working to like survive. They're working to make ends meet. It's clear they're struggling, especially when with how the word I'm looking for. They're struggling, and one example is we actually get a conversation between Pepe and basically her pimp, the guy who runs the club. I think it is Rico. Uh, is it Rico? Yes, it is Rico. Uh, but yeah, they she asks him for more money to help Lulu, especially as the current like club's event is actually focused on her. She is like a big draw to the club. Like, oh yeah, a lot of this is like my money. It's made based off me, and she gets rejected. And the end result being that yeah, she gets slapped by Rico. It's clear he's not. He isn't a good guy. He comes across more as the type who doesn't want to like just shoot people randomly because it's bad for business, which makes sense. It makes sense to me. I mean, uh, it's an interesting sort of characterization because the interesting thing with a lot of like crime bosses in media, I think this is often a problem. They make them too ruthless, where they'll just like execute anyone who ever causes problems, and it's kind of like, well, you can do that, but then you're coming across too forceful, and you're gonna drive people out, or unless you can like force them to stay, or outside of that, it you also have the other problem of like, well, if you're just gonna kill anyone who can't pay their debts or pisses you off, then you're gonna run out of people eventually. That every person that the crime boss kills is another person not paying protection money. That's the best way to put it. And I like when a show kind of understands and has criminals like Rico showing some restraint, even though he is still like he's a piece of shit. Like it's very clear that for him it's practical reason. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. I didn't realize it had been another like hour or so. Alright, so, uh, continuing on. Continuing on. Yeah, the Pepe event with it seems to actually be, well, I guess it seems to be profitable. She seems to get a lot of like tips and stuff like that. She seems to, it's very. I'm not gonna show any visuals from it because I don't know. A lot of this stuff is kind of suggestive stuff. So, but yeah, we see Hatchin and Michiko are just waiting at the bar. They're not like even looking. It's clear they're uh, and Hatchin is drinking juice at the bar. And it's funny because it treats it like she's getting drunk. Like that's a funny gag they do actually. I thought that was a funny thing because she's very acting very much like she's drinking in a kind of a way a kid probably would. I don't think a kid should be in this. Would I don't think you would want to bring a kid to this environment, but I guess he's there to get information. It's the focus. They don't show her near any of the other stuff. So like it so it's like whatever. But yeah, Michiko and her are there, and also there's a kind of a scheme here that Pepe is doing. So Pepe challenges Michiko to a drinking contest, saying she'll give the information about Hiroshi uh, if Michiko wins. And meanwhile, like I said, you have the you do have the you have the gag with Hatchin is, yeah, she's drunk on juice at the bar. And she's acting just kind of silly. It's funny, too, as she's acting drunk, like, you actually get Michiko, like, lean forward to, like, look at what the bottle in front of her is, and it is actually juice. But this is also where you get Pepe's actual backstory. Because she explains her situation to the two. Pepe explains her situation as she was once a proper young lady before her family went into debt. She and her sister were tossed out because they couldn't afford to pay for them. Pepe mentions she plans to use her money to go to Sao Paraiso, which I believe it's implied to be either a different country or a different part of the country. But yeah, after that, you kind of get the sob story and the for her that yeah she's working to like protect and help raise her younger sister, and you also get that you also get a lot of this scene is like a mix of like comedy stuff and like serious stuff, and I think this is one of the scenes they do it better, where they kind of flip like the joke with Hatchin being drunk on juice and like acting like a belligerent drunk is really funny. It actually is. Yeah, it's funny because once she gets the story, she actually just starts crying, and even like highlights you're wasted on juice. Yeah. But yeah, Michiko also addresses like specifically. Actions seem to have said that the two of them are alike in a way, and which I think I'd imagine it's. But Michiko basically is refuting that. And Michiko is even kind of like, thanks for the tall tale. I don't really care about your sob story. It's kind of an interesting difference of a it, it. I do actually think this. Like I said, I think this is one of the scenes that does the tone juggling thing better. And yeah, she asks about the money, and we learn that yeah, she needs a fake ID in order to go to the to San Paraiso, and that it's also stated she doesn't have enough money. She all she has to do is get to Chinatown, but she only has enough money for one, and she does have the sister. And but it is clear that there is some parallel to Pepe in that they're both Pepe and Michiko are working to protect somebody, but the difference I think is like Michiko's very much more, I guess you could say, intensive. It is interesting that I think Michiko's pretty good on money in the show, probably because she robbed a bank first thing. That probably does actually explain a lot of like how she's sustaining herself. But yeah, so she eventually, yeah, you once you get through the story and the sob story, you get the drinking game happens. Michiko clearly wins. Though it also seems like Pepe might have thrown it on purpose because you get the implication being that Lulu is sneaking out of the place and clearly sneaking to do something. And we actually learn after the fact what that is. Basically, the idea was because Michiko and Hatchin are around the same age and around or near yeah close enough to ages and close not close enough in appearance, but yeah the right age. So the Lulu and Pepe's plans were to steal their IDs so that they can get to San Paraiso. The problem being, of course, that Michiko's a fugitive and Hatchin is technically a kidnapped child. So naturally, they don't have these IDs. And instead, does actually, by the way, get away because she gets caught in the act, basically. Uh, Michiko finds her stealing their stuff. And from there, yeah, Lulu does actually get back to where the two of them are staying, and but she's disappointed because the two of them didn't have IDs, and I still like that fact that of course Hatchin and Michiko wouldn't have IDs, and even if they did, they would not be like usable stuff. So there's a there's a tragedy to Pepe and Lulu's story. Because obviously, anyone who's like seen this type of story can probably guess that it doesn't end well. Uh, the best comparison I would actually make for this is probably the Red Eye, the that's it the first episode of Cowboy Bebop. It's kind of a similar story with that where it's constantly telling a story that isn't going to end well. You kind of know it's not going to end well for the characters involved outside of the main characters. But you still get the details of it, and we actually do learn what their basically their plan is because it's very clear that the plan was to get Michiko drunk so she couldn't actually stop the robbery, and then they'd be gone before the other once they get the IDs before the other two even like find them. But yeah, because they can't do that, Pepe and Lulu instead have to make a different decision, which ends poorly for them. They decide to rob Rico. and they rob Rico at knife point. Well, yeah, they rob Rico at knife point. Lulu uses a shotgun to open up the safe, and after that, well, they're taking off. They're rushing to escape. Uh, and after that, Rico realizing who it was, because I think it's obvious he would, like, they were living, like, in the same building as him. Which also explains why they could, like, rob him like that. But yeah, he offers 500 arcas a person to hunt them down. As the two of them are running and fleeing. Yeah, he wants them not to be able to leave the favela. But yeah, as the two of them are running and fleeing, Pepe realizes she left something at where they were staying. They had been staying. Uh, Lulu, before she can be stopped, decides to run and get it. The thing she left was specifically a photo she was going to of Lulu. She was going to use to make the fake passports. And she is kind of like torn up because I assume this is like the idea is this is like it's a probably a personal photo of that like she was planning to use, and there's probably personal value. But Pepe seems like to believe like, okay, well, no, we can't. Well, we can't just go back. But Lulu states that she can move fast, and she's sure she'll be okay. And Pepe tries to stop her, but she can't really. So yeah, and I think a lot of this is because she was able to get away from Michiko. That probably gave her like some false confidence there. But yeah, Lulu never comes back. Oh, the Lulu also states that nobody knows who she is and she can run fast. That is part of my notes here. And she runs away before she can be stopped. We see a bit of a scene of her being chased by a couple of the children, which we know now are the gang members, and he never comes back. Basically, we don't actually see what happens to Lulu, but it's very much implied she probably got killed. Uh, as Michiko is kind of driving by her, because Michiko is looking for her because she robbed them. But yeah, after that, who never comes back, who may have been enforcers of Rico's, in what we've seen of his enforcers, child, soldiers. Pepe begs Michiro to help find Lulu. She tries to make multiple appeals. She admits that they stole Rico's money. She apologizes for robbing Michiko and Hatchin. Actually, she blames Michiko and Hatchin because if they had, she says, if you two had IDs, none of this would have happened. Had to have happened. Yeah, none of this would have happened if those two had IDs, is what she states. Which, yeah, it is very clear she's lashing out. She also tries to force Michiko into the conflict, which Michiko refuses because she has somebody else she has to protect. In fact, Michiko says it's none of her concern. She's not. I kind of find this interesting because Michiko, a lot of the times with these types of shows, they just have the character always be like this moral character in the end. But this show is willing to like have Michiko be like, no, I'm not risking my life to save your sister who's probably already dead. I'm not risking my life to save you, despite the begging that Pepe does. I find that very interesting, sort of because it feels more realistic than the always, paragon characters that you see in a lot of anime. And I also think it fits the tone of the story. Yeah. Michiko refuses to help, citing she can't expect Pepe to protect Hatchin if something were to happen to her. Basically, Michiko has her own responsibilities, and Pepe goes off and basically tries to get Lulu back herself, tries to return the money herself. We get a shot of her in a cab, uh, riding up the favela area, before the cab is stopped. She gets out, the driver drives away, and then she just gets gunned down right there. And that is the end of the episode. It's a very dark episode tone. I think it probably is probably outside of the some of the goofiness, I think it probably is the best episode so far. There's a lot of intrigue and mystery. It kind of makes sense what Lulu and Pepe's plan is. It's easy to kind of even figure out why they specifically targeted Michiko and Hatchin, because it's like for some reason they tried to run over Michiko earlier, but uh, at the same time, suddenly appear at the Chinese restaurant and start asking about what's going on in Hiroshi, and we have the fact that it's very easy to put together how Pepe knows enough to ask to use Hiroshi as bait because Michiko was there the other night asking about Hiroshi, asking people about him. So it's a very good through line for the whole situation. Outside of that, then yeah, like I said, with the characters' ages and their roles, there's a bit of a parallel I between Michiko and Hatchin and Pepe and Lulu. Uh, they're similar age. They seem to be similar age difference, or at least enough so that you know for the purposes of like IDs or whatever, they could probably utilize the situation to get out. They could probably forge IDs using their IDs and alter their IDs. It makes sense to me, at least. Uh, I also think that the actual setup is also really interesting. The setup being like, oh, okay, we'll invite them to the party or whatever. It also makes me wonder if Lulu didn't spike the juice, or didn't have the juice spiked so that Hatchin was drinking. That could also be a thing she did to make this easier to like, so that or not Lulu but Pepe. Pepe might have spiked their drinks essentially just to make it so that they like pass out sooner, just to make sure that essentially that Lulu has all the time in the world to be able to get away and to basically do what she's doing. Uh, I'm just looking over some stuff. Okay, well, I'll I'll fix that stuff next time. Sorry, I found a whole new window in YouTube that oop by accident. I'm now like messing with while I talk. That's the problem with these streams versus the gaming streams. I'm the type that get my brain kind of wanders. So if I seem to veer off, I've got to try and like keep myself on task. uh, but yeah, the episode ends there. And the last two episodes for today are actually two-parters, so it does make it easier to review them. But yeah, overall, I think Pepe's scheme was interesting. The thing that really kills Pepe and Lulu is actually that uh they kind of have to deviate from their original plan because their plan was to rob some people who have no power within the area and won't like fight back. Like I feel like I feel like it's clear that Rico is also probably not giving her the money because he's trying to keep her under his thumb. Because I think what's interesting with Rico is he's kind of like what you kind of expect from small area crime boss. He's medium fish in a small pond. Basically, that's like the situation with Rico, and he's very controlling and manipulative in interesting ways. That I kind of like that they did. That's why I think this episode was, despite the goofiness with the escape from the restaurant, because I think that was still goofy. Uh, and I think that was felt out of place. It felt like they didn't really. That's the thing with a lot of the action scenes. It felt like they didn't really know what they were making. Because this show is like sometimes it's like, oh well, kind of goofier action scenes mixed with like kind of like neat gritty sort of character stuff. And I find that it's a fascinating sort of dichotomy. It really is. I think it. I kind of hope it finds the right balance there in the future episodes. I really do hope that. Uh, but it doesn't seem like it so far, and I feel like I've tangented enough. I think I've filled like another like 20 minutes just with me monologuing and rambling, but I think this was one of the better episodes. And now we're gonna move on to episode 5. We're gonna move on to episode 5. I'll give my and episode 5 and 6. I should be able to just go through straight without pausing because it's a two-parter. And so, because it's a two-parter, I'll just save my thoughts on the whole arc till the end. So, episode starts with the episode starts with a cameo from Iron Mandrill. Actually, let me show you what I mean. I forgot about this. I found this really funny. Michiko and Hatchin visuals, episode 5. Yeah, so you see this thing getting lowered in position. So yeah, there we go. It's Iron Mandrill. It's him, my co-host. It's the man who is in chat right there. But yeah, so basically, the way it actually is, it seems to be a discussion set up for a movie. This is also happening in the past. This is a flashback. There's discussion of a movie called the giant monkey itself is called the Macaco Princessa. Within the and it seems to be a part of the script of the movie. We get a pair of, I guess, actors that are at a looks like a restaurant or like a lounge that's gang affiliated. It's very clearly gang affiliated. That's what the scene cuts to, but we have two people rehearsing lines and giving, and one of them is this red-haired girl. I don't think she comes up. She probably does. If she does come up, she comes up in the future episodes. But yeah, so outside of that, these two are like, so we get these two rehearsing lines, clearly preparing because they're supposed to be acting in this movie that's shooting. And this is with it. We learn this is what was meant. This is basically the backstory for Michiko. It, this arc is very backstory heavy. We learn a lot of details about who Michiko is, what she actually did of outside of just the bare bones stuff we learned earlier. But yeah, we learn what she did to actually go to jail. Which I think is very important for the story just in general. There we go. There's a visual to put up. I can't believe I didn't like grab this visual earlier. Yeah, it's this is like the area we could open on. Yeah, and there seems to be a bunch of shady characters, as you can see. Like they're talking and eating, and we cut to a red-haired man who we learn is Kirill. That's his name. He is the gang leader for Phantasma, and he's also with someone named Vastley, who actually comes up later. He's probably a major character of this arc. But yeah, basically, Kirill was the leader of this gang, and Michiko shows up. Young Michiko shows up to essentially kind of shake them down and figure out what they did with missing members of a gang called Monstro. Yeah, though Michiko, interesting enough, isn't actually a member of Monstro. I think the idea is probably that Hiroshi was probably somebody who disappeared. Uh, and that's probably why she's like raising hell for this gang. Either way, so the backstory we get, it's Kirill claims he can't give anyone back. He refers to something called the Cold War Agreement. We also get information that uh the area was on the up and up. A film crew was shooting a movie and working on doing that. Uh, and Kirill actually does threaten Michiko. But they're both kind of in a. Basically, she gets pinned down. Kirill threatens her back with using his gun. And this is the interesting thing with young Michiko. Sorry if I'm a little out of it. You know, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't. I beginning to crash a bit. I'll have time to finish this 2 episodes though. But yeah, so let me just ram. Yeah, basically Michiko attacked Hiro. He kind of turned it around on her, pulled out his gun, and threatens her to leave or die. And then, as she's doing that, the redheaded chick that's been practicing her lines and everything is also yelling about Michiko. And I think the idea is she's jealous. Well, I'm not sure. She's either jealous or she's just pissed off. It's hard to tell what the relationship between these two are yet. We might get more on that because we might get more scenes later on for the backstory and future stuff. But what we know so far is Hiro is was basically the gang leader. Several of Monstro's people were missing, and we know that this was not like a lethal encounter. Like she left, and as far as Michiko is considered, this was her only ever interaction with him. Alright, where's episode 6? Or episode 5? There we go. That's the city we open up on. Seems to be like a big cat city. I believe the idea is it's supposed to be based off, I don't know exactly what, but it's like one of the big touristy cities with like bullfighting and stuff, because that's what that Coliseum back there is actually used for. But yeah, it's a bigger city and a bigger location than we've previously seen. Vermella is the name of it. And we know that this is where Michiko is actually from. We cut to an orphanage. Well, no, I think it's Michiko and Hatchin first. They're both kind of looking around. They're kind of rained out. And then we cut to the orphanage, where we learn that basically a girl is getting adopted. There's a bribe exchanged. And after she leaves the orphanage, a boy named Joaquin comes in, and he's upset with an older lady. This older lady, for some reason we don't yet know. Well, not for some reason we don't yet know, but he's upset about the adoption. He's like, "Oh, well, what happened to her? You're just selling kids." We find out there's probably more to this. It's kind of implied. It's never outright stated. I don't think but it is implied that it's more. It's more like adoptions to good homes. At least that's what the implication is, and that's kind of my interpretation of the whole situation. But yeah, uh, but the lady mentions that Joaquin reminds her of another kid that was here, a girl that used to be at the orphanage. With the implication obviously being it was Michiko. So this is where we kind of get a lot more of Michiko's backstory, origins, and by extension, Atsuko's. Even though she actually isn't in the episode outside of flashback. Outside of the orphanage, we have our main characters stop at a specific it looks like some kind of a bar. They're recognized. Michiko is recognized by somebody outside who walks in, seemingly tells somebody else, and we meet one of our other characters. His name is Ivan. He is he's something. I'll just share it, because I think that something is not descriptive enough. We meet this guy. And yeah, that's a guy. An incredibly flamboyant man who seems to know Michiko. He also says he would work. He talks about having been worried about her. The two of them talk. They kind of catch up. And then we enter the actual like bar proper, which I think it's a restaurant more, but it might no, he is serving drinks, so I guess whatever. I'll just say restaurant. But yeah, we learn basically this is one of the kids from the orphanage that she grew up with. So that's why she recognizes him. That's why where she knows him from. And he talks to Michiko about another person who's going to be, who is now a matador, who's appearing on the television as they're watching. Because the television is playing, bullfight. We also learned that, Ivan has, basically, he makes direct sales tied to the bullfights, so he has a good reason to be invested in all of this. Wait, what's that? Oh, hold on. Why am I recording? There we go. Didn't mean to do that. I must have hit that button, a hotkey for it without knowing. Sorry about that, chat. I hope that didn't interfere with anything with the stream. It doesn't say it has. But yeah, they do direct sales, and we also learn there's a matador who used to also be in the orphanage named Marco. Specifically described as the brother of Ivan's brother. Furthermore, within the scene, we have Michiko gets asked who Hatchin is. She introduces her as Hiroshi's daughter, which, obviously surprises him because everyone seems to be under the impression that Hiroshi died in the bus accident. And yeah, this guy is even like, but how? And we get the implication that he gets filled in on the story between the scenes. I kind of like that. They don't waste our time. This is something I've seen some shows and some stories do, where they waste our time having the character explain the stuff we know to character who's died in the know, rather than just cutting the scene and like moving on to the next with the idea that like, okay, yeah, they got filled in now we kind of continue forward. But yeah, also, this is an important thing because I forgot about this last episode. In episode 4, the reason that our main characters are here is actually in episode 4, Hatchin had asked Michiro about if she knew anyone who might have known Hiroshi. That's why she's back here, because they are looking for someone called Satoshi. Who is implied to be another part of Monstro. Which we learn a lot of the info about Satoshi here. We learn that Ivan knows who Satoshi is. Obviously, he starts informing Michiko of how things have changed. Then I like this too, that this is actually set up right as far as the dialogue scene goes, because this is information we don't know and Michiko doesn't know. And so it's not the problem with two characters talking about stuff they already know, but it's also not them talking about stuff we already know. Because that happens with a lot of stories where they just waste the audience's time. And I think that episode 5 is a pretty decent setup episode. I just think that episode 6 is very lacking. But yeah. Ivan decides to tell Michiko about everything that happened after she went to town on Phantasma, which is what's believed to happen. It's believed she killed Kirill and then was arrested. A body from Monstro was then found, and so it sparked a gang war. We also learned Monstro is now a full-fledged crime syndicate. He was a gang before. Michiko specifically also states that the reason she's looking for Satoshi is because he would know where Hiroshi is. With this being our kind of another confirmation that Michiko is pretty confident that Hiroshi is alive. The question then you have to ask is like, well, what is he doing? Why isn't he with Hatchin? Did he have to like fake his death? Did he have to go into hiding? And I think that's one of the interesting questions for the whole show. I this is part of what this is where the show's kind of more following the main plot rather than random distractions. Uh, but yeah, so Michiko states that yeah, Hatchin is proof that he's alive because she was born after the bus accident, and she's entirely confident that Hatchin is Hiroshi's daughter. Which it does. This is another thing I kind of like. There's always sort of this question of, is she actually Hiroshi's daughter? What does the tattoo mean? Why would she have a tattoo? She doesn't seem to know the origin of it either. And that's an interesting thing too. But yeah, basically the way he explains it, so yeah, Kirill was killed, with most people believing it was Michiko. Uh Apparently the details of that was Michiko and Kirill were set to meet up. And he'd been missing for several days after that supposed meeting before being found dead. Michiko claims she only met Kirill the once at the restaurant. And she stopped remembering what he even looked like. We learn that after the war, Phantasma basically became a subsidiary gang of Monstro. So Monstro clearly won the war. But we also learned, yeah, basically a lot of people died. It is interesting that it's kind of one of those sort of shots heard around the world situations within this like gang setting. Basically, like Michiko killed someone or supposedly killed someone. It sparked another body turned up. It sparked a war, and then everything went to shit. A lot of people died, and now one gang is under the Phantasma gang is under Monstro. And it's also clear that Ivan believes that Ivan is under the impression that Michiko killed him. Oh, it's also stated that I missed this before. It is also stated that apparently she admitted to killing him. So there's a little bit of intrigue there. I'm wondering if maybe Hiroshi killed him, and she took the bullet fall for it, essentially. But yeah, we learned that Satoshi is not here. We also learn his full name, Satoshi Batista. We learn that the only ones here are Phantasma under the umbrella of Monstro, and at the end of the day, everyone thinks she killed Kirill. Uh, Michiko, upon being asked by Hatchin, states this was the city she grew up in. Which, like I said, it also means this is where Atsuko grew up in, or Jambo, rather. This is another problem I have with this show. This show has a habit of like making a lot of similar names. Atsuko, Michiko, uh, Satoshi, Hiroshi. It is because that's kind of an annoying thing that I happens a lot in shows. I don't like it. I think it makes it really confusing to try and talk about. But yeah, this town is also where she first met Hiroshi. And I think that's an important detail, probably, because we do learn how she met him. Because she kind of has mentioned him, has talked about him, but we get actual, like, flashback scenes with Hiroshi. Uh, we also get Michiko goes to basically her old home. She seems to still have a place here, even though it's empty. Yeah. Yeah, Michiko confirms that this is where, Michiko is asked by Hatchin where she grew up, and yeah, we get this is where she met Hiroshi. Uh, we also see actually that she didn't have the tattoo that she has now, the one that she has in common with Hatchin, which implies that she got it because of Hiroshi, probably. Because so basically we see a flashback of two masked people invading a house. They are looking for a woman named Sasha, and they seem to have invaded the wrong house. So you have Michiko there, um, and it's very clear. It's funny because she's topless, and this is kind of immediate characterization for Hiroshi. It's kind of some of the early characterization we get. She's topless when they busted in, and he's like gestures for her to like grab the shirt where that's still drying, or basically like he wants her to cover up because he's kind of a gentleman type. And when she just says, "Oh, they're not dry. Those clothes aren't dry. The, the laundry isn't dry. I'm not gonna put them on because they're still drying." He's like, "Oh, well, nothing for it, I guess." He takes off his mask. He throws it to her. It's kind of funny. Uh, because you do have to remember what she said about him. That with one look, he made her fall for him. But yeah, after that, young Michiko naturally actually turns things around on them. We learn that the guns actually weren't loaded, and she basically disarms. She disarms Hiroshi, disabling him with a headbutt and taking his gun, and then he loads it and kind of has him at gunpoint. Hatchin in modern day we see going through the house, and she finds a bunch of pictures, including ones with Michiko and Hiroshi. But yeah, it is very clear that it was kind of a love at first sight thing between, for at least Michiko, because after she disabled and headbutted him, that's when you get her kind of staring at his face, and it's very clearly oh, this guy's attractive sort of scene, and then it cuts. We get kind of the commercial break sort of thing, and then we cut back to Hatchin is go yeah, Hatchin is going through the house. She finds the photos, including ones of, I believe it is Hiroshi and Michiko, and it's also a Hiroshi and a another guy. So I believe, based off what we see later, is probably supposed to be Satoshi. After all of this, uh, Michiko takes Hatchin to the school, or rather the orphanage that we'd seen before. She seems to have written out a note. She had a note an envelope asking, and she states that tells. Okay, wait. Let me reopen my notes here. I just tabbed out of it for a second. Okay, Michiko drops Hatchin off at an orphanage, one is implied she herself grew up at. Hatchin is told to find an old lady called Zelia. Joe implies that she's leaving Hatchin here. Well, she looks for Satoshi because she believes it'll be too dangerous for Hatchin otherwise outside of the orphanage. Michiko also gives the picture of herself and Hiroshi to Hatchin. But also another thing we learn is she describes it as the letter as describing like Hatchin's favorite foods, her personality, everything she knows about Hatchin. So it's very clear Michiko wants Hatchin to be as comfortable as possible. She wants and she seems to have. I think it's interesting, given how reckless Michiko has been in the show, that she's now that she's in the town, she's full on. Yeah, no, this is too dangerous. I can't be bringing you with me. I need you somewhere safe where you're not going to be like grabbed. And she does tell Hatchin she's going to look for a man named Satoshi, basically. We get another flashback where we meet Vastly again. Yep, yep. But yeah, basically, because Michiko's view is if anyone knows where Hiroshi went or what happened to Hiroshi, it's going to be Satoshi. That, which, yeah, that does heavily imply, yeah, like he was probably still involved with the crime syndicate and everything. And that I once again am going to say I think what probably happened, my speculation, as will that will probably have answered one of the future streams is probably that probably that she took the fall for something Hiroshi did or something Satoshi did. But yeah, Hatchin gets really upset. Hatchin does get upset at being like dumped off. It's very clear though that Hatchin gets upset to the point of throwing a tantrum because it is clear that the two of them care about each other, but they do still bicker a lot. And I do actually think it makes sense for you have to understand that as much as Hatchin is oftentimes rational character and kind of a smart character for her age, she is still a little kid. She's still like 8, 9 years old. But yeah. Oh, sorry. But yeah, after that, after that, we just get. Oh, do we get a long conversation basically between Hatchin and Michiko? Eventually, Michiko convinces Hatchin to go into the school. She does pick up the photos again, and that's when we that's when we start meeting more locals, the gang, including Vastly, who Vastly seems to be the local crime gang. It's also mentioned by the one of his minions that Michiko's basically been spotted. They're reporting. Yeah, well, the gang, they seem to be tracking Michiko. They also seem to know already about Hatchin. Which implies Michiko was probably already spotted. And now they're keeping an eye on her. Oh yeah, it's reporting Michiko's movements, and Vastly seems to have a very irrational sort of anger at just at even hearing her name, Michiko Melandro. After that, we go back to another flashback with Kirill talking to his gang, which this flashback also sets up another thing that maybe Kirill actually was killed by a member of his gang, but Vasily was clearly always like a loyalist to Phantasma. And we learn that this actually kind of fuels some of the stuff we learned about Michiko. We learned because in the first episode it was mentioned she had been doing multiple attacks on Phantasma, and this also mentions, yeah, she's popping up everywhere. The film crew is starting to say that they don't want to film in Vemela. Basically, like the all of the gang's plans are kind of falling apart because Hiro let Michiko go. The gang is also implying that, yeah, the gang also implies that Kirill has to step down as leader after this, no matter what happens. And outside of that, Vastly does ask, or does get asked by Kirill, where is Sasha? Which implies Sasha is probably somebody from this gang, Phantasma. So, and Sasha was the one that Hiroshi was after. So it's very so I have to guess that the idea is she met Hiroshi, she fell for him, she learned about the problem and the conflict with between Phantasma and Monstro, and that's why she got involved. But yeah, seems to have been very emotionally invested in Kirill, and then Kirill died. That's what seems to be his big motivating factor. And he believes Michiko did it, which is why he seems to just absolutely despise her. We I need to keep remembering when I hear myself I don't have to stop talking. Sorry, that's kind of my head messing with me. Um, I probably am running out of steam here a bit, but I'm gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. We're almost done with the episode. So, uh, yeah, I did the thing again. Yeah, but yeah. So we go to the woman Zelia reading the note from Michiko, and it's her asking basically, oh, based off our years of friendship, and it's implied that the note is really like poorly written, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Michiko was like some like street punk kid who then like who even after she was out of the orphanage, she probably wasn't doing much. She was getting into fights and stuff like that. She had her own rep going on. She's probably not super literate or educated, but yeah, they're uh, Zelia reads the note, seems to be upset about the whole situation, and she does seem to know exactly who sent Michiko. She asks about Michiko, and Hatchin just it's yeah, Michiko just had to go somewhere. That's why she dropped me off here. Uh, and Zelia actually asks if if they have money, because she's just like, I'm not doing this for free. Zelia's an interesting character. You get a bit more in her, and she's the character I'm kind of iffy on how she actually is. She's one of those characters I feel like is probably very layered. Yeah, but yeah, I'm iffy on how she actually is personality wise, because Zelia's, on the one hand, Zelia here turns away Hatchin, and she basically says like, yeah, you're at Michiko's asking an awful lot, just dropping you off here and expecting I'm gonna take care of you. And I think she's more pissed off that Michiko didn't come and like face her and talk to her herself. That's my understanding of it, because I'm pretty confident that Zelia does care about the kids that kind of grew up in her care. But yeah, she's like, the world doesn't work like this. You can't just you can't just drop it on my lap, expect with a sheet of paper, a poorly written letter, and expect me to take care of it. Or that seems to be Zelia's whole mentality. Hatchin, meanwhile, is kind of just upset. She doesn't really know where to go other than back to the place with Michiko. But yeah, Hatchin also seems to clearly blames Michiko for this. She's just like, oh well, Michiko should have known better. She just dropped me off with a note. I've basically been written off. She's still not over the argument from earlier. And Hatchin is kind of. It's interesting because Hatchin is kind of acting a bit more bratty in this episode compared to how she normally is. I think a lot of that is because. A lot of that is probably because. What's the word I'm looking for? Uh, it's it's a case of she's kind of been allowed to be a kid and not always be responsible for herself. That's kind of my reading of the whole situation and her kind of development over the course of the show. And also, you have the fact that her main influence is somebody like Michiko, who is kind of a little bit of a violent maniac. Just a little bit of a violent maniac, no big deal. But she does beat people up just kind of sporadically. Out Outside of that, the episode continues on with another flashback between Hiroshi and Michiko, and it's basically what I said. It's uh basically the plan was to kidnap Sonya, which I believe Sonya is the red haired girl, but I'm not completely sure. I think that's the idea. But yeah, they were supposed to kidnap Sonya in order to leverage her to make Phantasma give back the people that they're missing, is the idea. Also, I apologize for any background sound. My dog is just hanging out in here, and he might make sound. I think I have it set up so that he isn't caught, but that's the problem with some dogs. They just like making a lot of noise. So if you hear that, I apologize. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna continue on anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you are definitely got you. I apologize, you guys. It seems the noise suppression isn't doing that great. Let me see if I can just. Uh, okay. Yep, there we go. Hopefully that'll. I kind of moved so that you wouldn't catch all the weird background noise. I apologize if that's been going through the stream. I don't mean to. I don't mean to have that happen. And usually I catch it when it does. But yeah, yeah. Uh, Actually, can you give me just 1 minute? I'm gonna take the dog downstairs and outside, and then I'll be back in just a minute. Sorry about that. The dog can't get down the stairs. The small dog, he had trouble getting down the stairs on his own, so I had to take him out. But yeah, all right, let's continue. Right? Yeah, because I think I'm slacking a bit. But yeah, as far as the scene goes, it's interesting because Michiko also points out that it was kind of stupid thing to do for Hiroshi to it was kind of really stupid of him to try to kidnap Sonya without a plan with just the two of them and not even a loaded gun between them. That's interesting. I think once I've streamed for a while, it seems my noise suppression just ends. I'll have to keep that in mind. Let me see if I could delete some stuff off of this back end real quick, just to. All right. But yeah, Michiko and Hiroshi talk about what he was doing. Michiko points out it was stupid. He's risking himself. He probably would have just gotten killed. Hiroshi states that basically he doesn't care because if he gets himself killed and that saves everybody else, he's happy with that outcome because he's decided it on his own. It was his decision. It's his decision to make, and I believe this is actually what prompted Michiko to go and basically take on Kiro. Like I said, yeah, I yeah, yes, it was okay. I see my notes on this episode aren't as great, but yeah. Either way, yeah. Michiko resolves to go find Hiroshi, and from there we cut to Zelia at a local bar, talking about the money that she's saved up, what she's gonna do with it. She points out that who's going to look after me in the future? When it comes to her mentioning spending the money on herself, and yeah, basically pointing out her age. She is an older woman, and she also points out that this is actually where it confirms that it points out that what she actually cares about is the fact that none of the children she raises ever comes back and visits her. None of them, uh, none of them seem to actually care. And she even states that she never liked children to begin with. Though I don't know how true that is. I think, like I said, I think she just wanted Michiko to go visit her herself, so she could confront her. Outside of that, we get to the last part of the episode, which is actually when Hatchin gets kidnapped. basically because she got turned away at the orphanage, Hatchin went back to Michiko's home, and from there she basically gets kidnapped by Phantasma's men, and that's where we end the episode off. And I think I'll just go right into the new episode so that we're continuing on. We're trying to keep momentum. This is a bit rough. I probably should have prepared something to be able to rest my voice a bit better. This is some all learning, but yeah, we're on episode 6. And this, I think I took better notes for episode 6 and 5. I did. Okay. Yeah. So the episode, it opens with Michiko looking over the state of the house, basically. She, the goons, when they kidnapped Hatchin, they'd spray painted something to indicate like who had taken her. It's very clear what their plan is. Use Hatchin as leverage in order to force compliance from Michiko in order to kind of box her in. She's basically a trump card. She's meant to be used as leverage when the time is right to force Earth Michiko to either give up or die or something. All right. But yeah, and so that's kind of the idea. We get the title card, which this title card is it's a two-parter. I didn't read out the title originally. The Saudade of Fools. That's the name of the title. I'll say this. I think that the first half of this episode is better. It's a lot of setup, but I think that this half is like a lot of the payoff, a lot of what's actually happening, and I don't think it's as good. But yeah, Hatchin awakens in a stable, and she encounters a bull. This kind of indicates sort of where she's going, and that the Matador plotline is going to be relevant. Uh, the bull in question seems a particularly large and, I guess, vicious one. We're only here for a few minutes in this scene, and afterwards, basically, she realizes like she's stuck. The bull, she stays far away from the bull as she can, and we get a meeting at the orphanage with the woman who clearly like actually runs it, and what's her name, Levia. I forgot the name of the character. Hold on. Uh, Velia. Sorry, my brain. Yeah, yeah. I'm my energy is kind of dying off. Luckily, this is the last episode, so let's power through it. Uh, but yeah, next time I'll probably try to make sure I have more energy for the stream. Maybe I'll start earlier. But yeah, so Hatch and Awake is at the stable. But yeah, we learned Levia basically says is told, or Levia learns that one of the childs, Joaquin, that she had been talking, that had been basically acting up before about the first kid or being adopted, sold, whatever you want to say. He seems to have disappeared from the orphanage. He's taken a bunch of money with him. And we hear that if word gets out, they've been selling children. They're through from the woman who actually runs the orphanage. After this scene, we cut to Delia at a bar, at the bar she was at before. They seem to be watching like promo stuff about the same bullfight that was mentioned before, the one between Marco and I forget what the bull's name is. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Give me a second. See if I can. Not Shirkov. Shirkov is the other bull. I think actually I think Shirkov is this bull that we see killed here in this scene. But there's another bull that's like notorious and brought up in the first episode. I don't have it. I forgot to write it down in my notes. Okay. But yeah, basically Marco is still the bullfighter. He's still involved. It's very. I think what's interesting is that this is kind of a sign that Zelia, she does there's certain things where I think she does actually care about the whole the children that she's raised, because there's just based off some of the expressions you get from her, and based off of her, basically the fact that she's even following the bullfight and things like that. I'm probably not gonna put visuals on, so don't worry about that. I have them prepped, but I'm trying to get through. But yeah, Michiko shows up at the bar, kicking a case of bottles as she enters. She's clearly angry. She blames Zelia for basically for sending Hatchin away, because obvious it's and this is another interesting thing. In a lot of ways, this situation actually reflects the situation with Pepe and her. Because yeah, Zelia, this is not her problem either. But yeah. But yeah, she's angry at Zelia for sending her away. Zelia even states that she, basically she sent well, it's interesting too, because Zelia does actually put her on the back foot. It's very clear that a lot of the toughness from Michiko was probably learned from this old lady, who kind of just hits her with a bottle and kind of has her. It's one of those cases of, it's clearly like there's more tension, and Zelia is also clearly more than she appears as far as like a physical threat, or at least the Michiko isn't actually going to like beat her up, and she knows it. But yeah, Zelia's just as angry about the whole situation. She's she tells, basically she explains that yeah, Michiko didn't even give her a proper greeting, didn't even come and visit her, and then she asked her to just take in a child, and Zelia even confirms like, oh, is that any way to treat a parent? It's kind of clear Zelia has the way Zelia talks about the kids to their face, or even when they're adults to their face, is very different from how she treated the kids directly and what she said herself. And I think it is kind of it's an attachment, probably just to be able to function. We don't know when we get information later about this, actually. But yeah, yeah. Despite but yes, yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up with my notes too. I'm like glancing at it for reference. But yeah, so with Michiko, uh, we do get Zelia does kind of explain, like, as far as she's concerned, Michiko is still that same child. she's still acting up, she's still causing trouble. She doesn't see any difference just because Michiko is older and she's all kind of bright in bit. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I sorry. I missed some stuff in my notes because these are the ones I kind of had to rush to take. All right. All right. So I have to like double check the scene to make sure I didn't forget anything. But yeah. So basically, Zelia gets told by Michiko about the situation. Hatchin's been kidnapped, and before they can continue on to that, we actually do get a reaction from Zelia while looking at the screen as she's watching the bullfight, and she does actually seem genuinely invested in Marco bullfighting, which indicates to Michiko that yeah, Zelia isn't just this cold, heartless bitch. That's what I've got from the scene. Even though Michiko does throw a taunt that pisses off Zelia. Uh, After that, Zelia asks Michiko why she sent Hatchin to her in the first place. Michiko replying it was because what she said, "Can't you trust me?" She realized that Zelia asking her to believe in her meant that Zelia had no deceit in her, and then she states that she realizes that that was a lie. Basically, this whole scene and this whole confrontation, it's clear Michiko trusts Zelia, and Zelia's a character I still don't really know because it's clear that she does care about these kids, but she is also selling children, so you have to I think you have to kind of take her at face value that she isn't like selling them to horrible places. She does seem to when we first see her doing the process of it. It does seem to go a route in more of a make sure all the paperwork's in order, make sure that this person is right for the kid, and then hold on. And in that case, there's still probably no checks. It's still probably kind of scummy. We do learn also that this is something they've been doing. This orphanage has been doing since Michiko was in the orphanage. So, but yeah, Michiko trusted Zelia essentially enough to send Hatchin there, which does say something. It's an interesting sort of dilemma. It kind of puts because this is kind of the most we've seen Michiko look. I wouldn't say vulnerable. I think, yeah, it is kind of vulnerable. She is kind of panicking. Oh, let me. Yeah, but yeah, so after the conversation, we do cut to a flashback, young Michiko and Atsuko, which does confirm they both grew up in the orphanage, which makes sense. That's probably why they knew each other so well. I think it also implies they probably were more friendly too. I didn't want to say it before, but yeah, I think they were friends, and friends turned enemies. Essentially, it's the vibe I get. They know how to push each other's buttons, and they definitely did even back when they were kids. But they ended up on the wrong side of the law. That's the impression I get. Is the idea. Maybe even that Atsuko probably got adopted herself, or Michiko got adopted, but I think it's probably the other way around. Atsuko probably did. But yeah, it was the flashback is Michiko and Atsuko seem to be trying to get a lockbox, which we can assume was probably the supply of money that the orphanage has like gotten from selling kids. It's basically like the equivalent of Zelia's retirement money. Uh, from there, young Michiko tried to sneak it out of the orphanage, only to drop it, and then she gets caught by Zelia, who seems to be rather understanding about the situation when she does find her. From there, we get a conversation where Zelia basically asks, "Can't you trust me?" It kind of, and that's kind of the backstory we were getting. With It's also clear Michiko was very much kind of a delinquent because, and this is also where we get from the orphanage was doing this the whole time. Like they have always they have sold children, probably honestly to make ends meet. It wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, she was acting like a brat. We cut to, and after that scene, we actually do cut to the same kid, the other kid, the kid that ran away, Joaquin, and we kind of get almost the same type of scene where Delia does, despite Zelia's seeming indifferent, she's clearly put in a lot of effort to find this kid, to make sure he's safe. She doesn't like yell, she doesn't scream. She just talks to him. And I think this is why I don't think Zelia's an evil character. I think she's doing underhanded things, maybe. But I think that's kind of the setting. I don't think anyone in this setting is like black and white necessarily. There's some that are more evil than others, like the priest or Rico. But yeah, Joaquin asks about what happened to the kid. She asks, "Can't you trust me?" Or she uses the same line, "Can't you trust me? I can't stand to see such misery. Hurry up, let's go home." Basically, it it's very clear to me, at least, that Michi or that Zelia cares about these kids, and this is like extra confirmation. There's multiple scenes for characterization, which is interesting because Zelia isn't as much of a recurring character. I don't think. I think her involvement ends after these two episodes, but I don't remember for sure. And I'm going to watch those episodes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the next 6 next week. So we'll just move on from that. We get Michiko returns to Ivan, with Ivan stating that she gets to come in, but only if she apologizes with a smile. Ivan is clearly not entirely up to speed on what's going on, but he refused. We can assume between the scenes it's kind of explained the situation. He refuses to tell her where Phantasma is, stating that she would be shot. This also indicates that Ivan definitely. This also confirms just Ivan does care about her, despite them fighting before. It's very clear a lot of these characters that grew up in this orphanage have connections and investments in each other. Even though, whether they're aloof like Zelia seems to pretend to be, or Michiko seems to act, or Ivan, who is more expressive. Outside of that, Ivan further states they won't kill Hatchin at least until Michiko gets there, which is probably true. I mean, Hatchin is kind of their leverage to get her to do what they want, but they haven't like made any like direct demands because they have to find her still. Ivan states that Vasily is the current leader of Phantasma, and that basically that they need their own trump card in order to get Hatchin back. Vasily also states that, or Vasily is also stated by Ivan to have been an errand boy under Kirill's control that he had taken under his wing. But yeah, it's also stated that Ivan doesn't actually know where they are either. With Ivan even joking that the easiest way to find out would just be for Michiko to go out and like basically make noise. Though he also says that was a joke. Uh, outside of that, yeah. We get the description of Vastly by Ivan, which is just he just describes him as a long-haired fatty, which is kind of funny. Uh, Zelia appears on the screen in with the head of the orphanage and Marco there to wish him good luck. And this is another one of those scenes where I think it's just another thing of reinforcing that Zelia cares more than she lets on. And part of me wonders if Zelia isn't like also concerned about the Hatchin situation because she let Hatchin go, or if maybe she just thinks Hatchin isn't her problem. I do think she's invested in the situation either way, despite saying she isn't. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, Ivan basically states he doesn't know where it is, and we get the implication that the best we get the implication Michiko has figured out the idea, which is Phantasma has like investment and involvement in like the bullfighting thing. They're definitely gonna have gambling. That's probably our way in. That's probably where we'll find them. Believe that's kind of implied here, but I don't remember if that's stated elsewhere. But yes, outside of that, we get Vasily. We cut back to specifically to Hatchin. She is still in the seems to be the bowl area, the stable, I guess you'd call it. Vasily comes in. He comes in with a cart of food, particularly steak. And we learn afterwards this steak is actually from the bull that Marco had been fighting on the TV, Shirkov the Third, which I guess naming bulls and bulls' reputations are part of bullfighting. It's an interesting little tidbit of information that we learned. Vasily proceeds to ask Hatchin exactly who she is to Michiko. Though after he says Michiko's name, he does actually have another violent reaction, which I think is another one of those. I think it's the edging of one of my big problems with this episode, because this is probably one of this is episode I have similar problems with a lot of it that I do with episode 2's ending with the action scene. They're messing with up the tone again. It's clear they want to do the kind of dark, gritty crime story, but then there's somebody. It feels like there's somebody who was involved in writing the show that also wanted a bit more like silly kind of goofiness to the characters. And I don't think it works. But yeah, either way, Vasily does calm down. He, after like stabbing the hay that the two are sitting on, he proceeds to talk to Hatchin, learning she's Hiroshi Moreno's daughter, supposedly. But yeah, it's very clear that Vasily has a heavy investment in wanting Michiko dead, basically. He and just implies exactly the problem between him and the relationship between him and Kirill was very close. But yeah, Vasily confirms she was Hiroshi's daughter. Because he recognizes the last name Morenos, which is how Hana has been introducing herself as Hana Morenos. We also get the implication again of, basically, Vasily really likes the steak. He is a fat guy. You kind of, I feel like him being just this fat guy that's just like going on and on about how good and tasty the steak is. I think it's another one of those things I think is supposed to be there for kind of more comedic relief, but I don't think it works because it's a bit of a one bit gimmick. He's not really a particularly interesting character. I feel like his obsession with um Michiko and wanting revenge and like maybe how much value he had in Kiro would be more interesting to expand on how he views the situation, but they don't really do that as much. There's some. Oh, sorry about that. My headset had gone off for had disconnected for a second. Let me just check its battery. Cause it should be good. No, it's still like 80%. Okay, we can still keep going. Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but yeah. Do I still sound good? I should. I should still be good. It says I'm good on the mic on the OBS. Oh, I don't hear any weird sound from myself. Yeah, I guess that was a weird thing. That's all. Okay, we could continue. No, I cut out there again for a second. Oh well. Uh, well, we'll have to continue going and see where it goes. Either way, the talk between Hatchin and uh, Vastly seems to continue with Vastly wanting to confirm. Basically that Michiko is going to come to save Hannah. Basically, he's planning to use Hannah as bait, and that he makes that completely clear. But he's interrupted because he gets a phone call from Satoshi, who Satoshi seems to be the one in charge, and he's asking about business, which implies just exactly what the relationship between these two gangs is. Basically, Fatso, as Satoshi called him, hasn't paid any of his uh, protection money or like hasn't paid uh, Satoshi's cut yet. Vastly also seems particularly scared and particularly cowed just by being yelled at by Satoshi on the phone. He's incredibly I guess the word submissive comes to mind when it comes to uh how it goes. He tries to make the excuse that they're both haven't been winning, which also that once again brings in the Matador plotline, the whole bullfighting thing, which is kind of the backdrop of this arc. It's set up from the beginning that it's going to be important. You know, they have like there's multiple connections to it through the story from different characters. Okay, sorry, I was just checking something real quick. Yep, I see what the problem is. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, so Vastly gets kind of threatened by Satoshi, with Satoshi implying that Satoshi's also constantly like belittling him and making fun of him. It's clear that Vastly owes money. He says he's gonna win it. He's gonna win it all in one song by tomorrow night. We're implying basically it implies that this is kind of the big motivation. And I think the idea is Michiko figured out this stuff herself based off the bullfighting, which I guess it makes sense. A criminal syndicate would probably be involved with something like that. They'd probably want to. I don't know if she has any idea that they wanted to fix the match, but it's a very easy guess. We also learn, because Vasily reports to Satoshi, that Michiko is in town. I believe he also mentions Hatchin. Yeah, I don't know if he said specifically mentions Hatchin, actually. No, I don't think he does. But it's implied they're probably going to be sent along together. Vastley's gang, we cut to the bullfighting event itself. Vastley's gang is on the lookout. Phantasma is like checking vehicles. They seem to have the control of the bullfighting arena, which is interesting. We also learn that basically the plan is that they take Hatchin and the money and deliver Hatchin as a gift if Michiko doesn't show up, and then they get out of there immediately. Uh, we also see Vasily has a very different response to on view on Satoshi when they are not in contact. But we also learn the important thing is, yeah, basically there's a plan to rig the bullfight. Uh, Vasily has a sniper set up with a suppressed rifle, which wouldn't work like that, but whatever. Nobody knows how suppressors work. It's not surprising. It's kind of they're pop culture suppressors, obviously. Either way, Ivan and his, I guess, partner, friend, coworker, mm, partner, I think is a good term for it, with the implication of them. But yeah, Vastly and his, or Ivan and his partner, are stopped in their van. Because it's very clear to Vastly that Michiko is going to show up. She's going to try and sneak in somehow. He knows that she's gonna come for him. She's gonna come for them, and they have. We also learn that they have Hatchin in a truck somewhere, like in a, I believe it was a trunk. But yeah, so Vasily's men search the delivery truck. They don't find her. It seems like she's nowhere to be found. But then we find out, yeah, she was in the delivery van the whole time in one of the pots. The pot was supposedly washed out, but she complains. Ivan is basically helping to smuggle Michiko in because the idea is Michiko would definitely be, or rather that they know Vastly is definitely going to be here. He's probably definitely going to have the bull or Hatchin somewhere hidden. The bull himself itself is actually a major component of the story, which is interesting because yeah, the idea is that they're basically Vastly is betting on the bull winning because he's rigging the whole thing. All right. I'm just trying to rush through this quickly, and then I'll give my thoughts. Basically, what happens is another one of those mishaps. It feels like this is one of those things that could have been a good point for them to do the tone juggling thing that the show tries to do. Uh, with the basically the plan, though, so we get the basic plan for Michiko, which was Ivan sneaks her in the pot. Then once they get into the kitchens, she comes out. She changes clothes to look like a concession worker and goes to the stands. Which at that point she finds Vastly and does whatever she does. However, the wrong pot was left by the van, and so somebody eventually sees it move because, well, I guess yeah, that part makes sense to me. It'd probably be hard to like stay still for a long period of time while you're in the big pot hiding. Either way, yeah, Michiko runs down the same hallway, yells at Ivan to take cover, and has to take cover in one of the rooms, which happens to be like the dressing room for the Matador, Marco. And from here, the implication is she knocks Marco unconscious and takes his Matador outfit, basically improving a way to like avoid detection and get away. She doesn't know about Vasili's plan to shoot the Matador, but she just knows that basically Vasily is going to be here somewhere. And we do get the name of the bull is the Romao the Fourth. But yeah, so basically, suddenly, I have to stop using the word basically. Okay, so the plot is that now Michiko has to fight the bull. She has some trouble with this, but she does eventually stick it. Though she also ends up taking an injury during the fight, and taking on in a way that reveals, oh, she's not the Matador. We cut multiple times to Zelia as well, watching this from the bar on TV. She seems to figure out immediately like what's going on, though I don't think she says anything directly. Outside of that, and outside of the bullfight, as that's happening, well, Vasily orders the sniper to shoot her because this is a key like situation for Vasily. But yeah, he orders his sniper to shoot her. Meanwhile, we cut back to Hatchin, who actually escapes the trunk of a car in the parking lot. She had been being moved in basically a sack already, and she had seen Michiko, so she knows Michiko is somewhere around here. Now Hatchin has escaped somehow. This whole action scene and this whole and finale of the two-parter, I do think is actually kind of lame. Basically, Hatchin finds one of I think it's the partner of Ivan asks where Michiko went, is pointed to, well, basically the bullfighting arena where Michiko is fighting the bull with a sword now. And while Michiko is doing this, she's also trying to dodge the sniper because she knows she's being shot at. She's trying to figure out where the sniper is. And she does so eventually based off the glint of like I believe it's the sights or the scope or whatever. After that, she uses the bull as a springboard, jumps up into the stands, and immediately goes off to fight Vasily. Vasily pulls his own sword, and they kind of they're both sword fighting, with Michiko eventually, well, she has the upper hand. He's not particularly physically fit. In the meantime, Hatchin has like entered the bullfighting arena, realized that she's kind of there with just a ladle, and gets chased around by the boar or the bull. Michiko is disarmed by Vasily, who plans to kill her, but she catches the sword he's using. Vasily mentions that Michiko should be on the way to that pinhead Satoshi or whatever he says. That pinheaded Satoshi by now, which it's clear that Vasily just does not like Satoshi, even though he works with it. Which makes sense. I mean, we know that one gang subjugated the other. Either way, Vasily gets put into a position where he now has to be fighting the boar, and Michiko actually does toss down a sword for him to use. Meanwhile, Vasily is kind of screaming for somebody to help him. Michiko notices that Hatchin is down there as well and tries to basically use one of the draping curtain things to swing down and catch Hatchin. She misses the first time, However, she catches her the second time, pulls her up, and kind of the two of them get to safety. From there, it's kind of reported on the news as such. Nobody knows who Michiko is, seemingly, like the announcer or whatever, but it is noted that, oh, the mysterious woman saved the girl. We get Zevia's reaction of basically being. We get Zevia's reaction of, oh, well, I guess I'm not getting that express ticket to hell. We also get the report that Marco was found stripped naked in his dressing room, unconscious. So basically, Michiko stole his clothes to do the whole thing. After that, we cut to the. I believe it's the last scene of the episode where Ivan's partner, who I don't think he gets any lines, and Michiko and Hatchin are there. They're talking about Michiko and Hatchin going to find Satoshi. Uh, according to Ivan, word is Satoshi is in a place called Oso, but that place is not friendly to outsiders, or is filled with unfriendlies, and that Satoshi has gone underground. From there, I'm trying to remember if there's anything important other than that. Oh yeah, well we do see that Michiko drives by Azalea, who seems to who doesn't seem to say there's no line, but they kind of I think they share a bit of a look. Like there's a glance there. And that's the end of the episode. So I guess I can talk about what I feel about the episode, and we can wrap up the stream after that. So my big problem with this episode is the finale of it gets really goofy. It feels like the idea was they set up a bunch of stuff and pay it off in the finale for the two-parter. I think it worked in some ways, it didn't in others. I think a lot of the I thought the idea of having Hatchin kidnapped was a good idea, but it doesn't feel like they actually do anything with it. That's kind of my big problem. It's not like they left any like instructions on where they want Michiko to go, or attempt to ransom her, or even attempt to just use Hatchin as like leverage successfully for Michiko. It feels like it's just a plot line where they wanted some stakes, but then they didn't want to do anything with it. Uh, I think that it's the having Michiko have to end up having to do the bullfight is an interesting idea. It puts her in a situation where she isn't just she can't just like shoot her way out of or run away. She kind of has to face danger directly. It's a good point to have like an action scene, and then the fight with Vasily too. I think could have worked, but I think the whole scene comes across as ridiculous and convoluted. There's too many moving parts, and they just aren't really good at balancing them. Because the fight scene itself is kind of schizophrenic. It goes from the bullfight where Michiko's having to fight the bull to the stands, and from there back to the bullfight as Hatchin ran into the arena looking for Michiko. But even though I feel like Hatchin probably could have seen that Michiko wasn't down there anymore, and like I'd assume she could run back out of the arena. Like it feels like there's too many moving parts that we're not able to focus on anything in the fight scene. And that's what I don't like about it. It doesn't like shine anywhere, and it comes across as feeling ridiculous. Like the same thing with when Michiko swings down on the well rafter drape thing to grab her. It's like it kind of almost sets it up as a joke that she misses because it sets it up like, oh my god, she's going to catch Hatchin and swing out, and it's like, oh nope, she missed, and it's like, oh, but she does it again, does it right the second time, and I don't know, it didn't, I don't think it works that well. Uh, I like these 6 episodes as a whole. But there's a lot of stuff like that where I kind of think that it falls flat. They try to set up for the goofier situations, but they're not really equipped to deal with them. Uh, it's like the better parts of the show is kind of when it tries to be the gritty sort of. There's some gang stuff going on. The there's a kidnapping, the stakes are high, and then it suddenly like goes into like levity in a way that I don't think works. It doesn't break the tension. It only kind of breaks my immersion somewhat. Like you've kind of set up this like dramatic story, and then you also like throw in they also throw in things that I think are supposed to be jokes that just don't land. Especially, it feels like they're doing it almost out of obligation. Like they feel the need to like balance the tone of goofy and serious. It's that said, I don't think 6 is my least favorite. I actually think the ending of it's still better than the ending of episode 2 because it's been the action scenes are probably the worst part of the show so far, though. Just the problem with the action scenes is that they try to balance this goofy. It kind of reminds me of a Jackie Chan skit in a lot of ways. It tries to do a lot of like dramatic stuff with the environment, but it just doesn't land in that way. Yeah, it doesn't land the way it's doing it, and so because of that, it just feels really disappointing. The show as a whole, I really like the way the plot goes with these episodes. Uh, Odes as a whole, the whole 6. Let me just we're in the wrap up, so let me shift that to the side. So as a whole, I do think, and I could probably just take that off screen. As a whole, the show itself has the problem where I just don't think it knows what it wants to be. The parts that are good are usually a lot of the gritty stuff and the character stuff. I think that Michiko and Hatchin are both really good characters, and I think there's a lot of really interesting and character like Zelia is a good example. She's a very interesting side character in this whole mess. She You kind of don't really know where she stands on morals because on the one hand you have the selling kids stuff and you have the her claim of her making sure they go to a good place, but you have to ask, is that just her like wishfully thinking? Like obviously you can't guarantee that every time. There's a lot here that I think could be really good. I think as it stands, the show is probably at a 6 out of 10 for me. It could elevate it. It could go worse, but 6 out of 10 isn't bad. At least not on my scale. My scale treats it like a 5 is par. 5 is your average thing. I think I think this has a lot of good stuff that could be better. That's just my view on the whole show. And I think overall, if it continues down this track, I want to see where it goes. I kind of want it to become more. There's a way I want the show to go, and I just don't know if it's gonna go that way. Other than that, though, I think it's so far it's a really fun show, and I'd still recommend people give it a try. You might like it, you might not. I see why some people don't like it. I see what people mean when in just after having gone through it, where people say it's a just a Cowboy Bebop like. I think it is trying to. There's definitely a lot of inspiration. There's a lot of talent. I think have ties together. I believe the director actually directed an episode of Samurai Champloo. Uh, on top of the involvement of Watanabe and that stuff. But yeah, overall, hmm, I'm curious how the show's gonna go as I go through it. Obviously, if this show sounds interesting to you, as the audience, I do recommend. Oh, did I move that? Okay, yeah, I do recommend checking it out, and feel free to watch ahead. I recommend that. The overall, uh, best episode was probably episode 3. I think, or not episode 3, episode 4 probably. I think episode 3 has a lot of good stuff. I think episode 3's and 4 are the two best episodes of this. I think the two-parter, episode 5 has a lot of good setup. I just don't feel like episode 6 really pays it off. I think I've illustrated why a lot. Because episode 6, a lot of the problems, I think they set up stuff that would be better for a three-parter. Because Michiko kind of, I said that it kind of justify. There's kind of a line of logic for Michiko going to the bullfight. Maybe it was also a message. Maybe that was also the message that was written at her apartment. I don't know because I believe it's in Spanish or it's in some language, but that I don't read. But either way, it feels like there's a lot of characters they're trying to balance here for a two-parter. What 40 minutes of show, and I don't know how well because they're trying to balance Ivan, they're trying to balance Zelia, they're trying to balance Michiko. They're doing a little bit of Hatchin, but Hatchin actually takes a back seat during that two-parter a lot. She also acts a bit, like I said, bit bratty in a way I don't know if it's a good idea to, because it does seem like out of character a bit. Then again, like I said, she hasn't had the time. She has kind of had more time to be a kid in the last, well, in the show than she probably has real life. Even with all the danger she faces, even with like working for, what is his name, Lam Yin, kinda. Uh, I just think that Hachin is also probably being influenced a lot by Michiko because she is young. Um, but yeah, I think that's either way. I think it's a really good show. I think it's worth a watch. If any of this, if you tuned in for any of this stream and you thought it was a good idea to watch it, you thought it sounded interesting, yeah, check it out. You can find it. Actually, let me. I I'm sure you can find it on plenty of different like anime sites. I have it on physical, so let me finish off the stream by just looking up where you could watch it. I think it's on Netflix, but I'm not sure. 'Cause I have my own sites I usually watch it on. I believe it's on Crunchyroll, but you probably I don't recommend supporting Crunchyroll personally. That's just a personal line. I don't like them as a site. Yeah, it's only on Crunchyroll and I guess Apple TV legally. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess you'll have to watch Crunchyroll or sail the high seas. Either way, yeah. Thank you very much for watching. Uh, I had fun. This is an interesting experiment. I'll have to let me know what you guys thought of the stream because I don't know. A part of me is not sure if I should be comfortable or not with these types of long solo streams. I feel like it takes a lot of energy and a lot of prep, and I don't know if it's worth it or not. On the one hand, the if this does well, I'll probably also consider doing it again. I mean, I want to finish the show. I'm gonna want to see how well these go, and this show goes. Uh, but yeah, I'll probably see how this goes to see if I need to like find a guest for the next 6 episodes, and see if I move back to my normal format of, you know, grab a guest, we both watch it, we talk about it. Because I do think that there's a lot of dead air that I probably shouldn't have had. I've noticed that. Other than that, though, I'm gonna try and improve the stream quality going forward as far as these go if I do continue them. Well, thank you very much for watching, and you guys have a nice night. We are at the 5 hour and 18-minute mark. I think this is a good place to end.